Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Ted, did we get those last two proposals uploaded? Great, thank you. See, we got 1 minute to go, and we have, there we go. Hi. Good morning, Commissioner Potashner. Okay. Okay, I have 8:30. I think we're missing a few people. But we've got a very full agenda. So if any of you note that someone is not here that should be, please text them and get them on if you would. Greatly appreciate that. I'm going to go ahead and start because we are have so much to accomplish today. And I think we're close to having everyone. So, good morning, commissioners and CalRecycle and the public. Welcome to the Statewide Commission on Recycling Markets and Curbside Recycling meeting number 12 of December 16th, 2020. The National Stewardship Action Council has been recording these commission meetings and we'll post the videos later this afternoon on our YouTube page. Unfortunately, the one from last week, it got cut off, but we do our best to try and record all of them and make them easily accessible for people to watch. CalRecycle also records them, and you can request the video from them if you'd like to get a full copy from CalRecycle. Commissioners, again, please put an asterisk in the chat box when you wish to speak so I can see you all, and you can help me keep our meetings moving quickly. If I miss somebody, please say so. Public comments, we don't, again, read all the public comments into the record. It takes too long. So I look at everybody to look at the comment portal that CalRecycle has established, and you can sort them. They're very easy to follow. And then that we post the comments that come in letters that we cannot put into the portal on the Google Documents, which are also linked from the CalRecycle website. So commissioners are free to respond live to the comments heard under the agenda items, but not those on the comments which are not on the agenda. And that is to maintain our public transparency. And I'm not going to read a whole lot more. We've read these many times, but we've got issues with the accessibility laws have made it challenging. I'll talk about that as it comes down to the report discussion today. And the Google Docs, everything is uploaded. And I want to thanks again to Commissioner Ward, been incredibly helpful in making sure everything is posted and live and ready for the meetings. So with that, I just want to make a couple of notes before we get started. One is that, again, we are a volunteer commission that's independent of CalRecycle. We're all working very hard and have other jobs. So we're doing our very best with the time we've been allotted. And I also want to note that I had planned on typing up some notes for my meeting with Senator Eggman's office last week. They had asked for a meeting just simply to go over where we are in the process. And I just simply told them where we are with the process and also with the public information request and the additional work that has created for us without having any legal support from the Attorney General, since we are an independent commission, and that put an extra time burden on us. So I also want to mention that I've been told by Commissioners Bouchard he's going to be a little late. Commissioner Valier is actually not going to make the entire meeting today. He had to leave town and is going to be gone on a plane the entire time we're in this meeting. He did want me to relay that he has read all the proposals. He is fine with them. and he will be here on Friday for the final approval so we can confirm the consensus vote. We also had Commissioner Ferrante mentioned to me this morning that she has to get off, I think at 10 or 11, but you'll give me a heads up, Commissioner Ferrante, so we can try and get as much done with you on as possible. And if you have any issues you want to raise on any of the items we haven't heard before you leave, then please make sure we get those comments in. And then lastly, I want to congratulate Ann Schneider. She was elected mayor of the city of Millbrae, so we can call her mayor as well as commissioner. Great. So we're going to move through the public comments and policies first. And we're going to simply, Ted and I are not going to do a 1-hour overview of the report because we have decided that adding all the policies into that report was watering down the story that we wanted to tell. And this is our preliminary recommendations. So what we're doing is trying to very briefly set the tone and then link to the attachments. And with the formatting accessibility, it's much more difficult than you would think to make it look readable. So we're going to actually take a stab at it between now and Friday. The policies have to be read twice into the record. The report itself does not, the way we framed it, I double checked. So we're good, and we can talk about the report later, but I want to make sure we get through all the policies today as best we can. So with that, housekeeping done, we'll go ahead and do a roll call to order. I'll read off the names. Commissioner Bouchard, I don't believe he's on, and he'll be on about 9 a.m., so we'll consider him, make a note that he is not here yet. Commissioner Cadena.
I'm here.
Great, thank you. And Commissioner Davis.
Here.
Commissioner Dell.
Present.
Commissioner Donlevy. Is he on yet? No. Okay, we're missing him. I just spoke with him, so I know he plans to be on. Commissioner Ferrante.
Here.
Commissioner Kalpikoff.
Here.
Commissioner Lapis.
Good morning.
Good morning. Commissioner Madrano.
Here.
Commissioner Osagura.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioner Potashner. I think I saw you. Great. And myself, Eddie Sanborn, Commissioner Schneider, Mayor.
Present and thank you.
And Commissioner Sky.
Here.
Commissioner Toyota.
Here.
And Commissioner Valle will not be here today. And then Commissioner Ward, I think I see you there, smiling face. Great. Okay, so we do have a quorum. And again, we're going to have people coming and going today, so we're going to have to work with that. Go ahead and move on to item 2, which is review and potential approval of the meeting notes from the last 2 commission meetings of November 18th and December 2nd. Did anyone have any amendments to those for November 18th or to the notes from December 2nd? I see none in the chat. So with that, I would ask for a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, we've got a first and a second. I give thumbs up if everybody's okay approving both these meeting minutes. Perfect. Is there anyone who is opposed? Seeing none, we have approved the meeting minutes from the last 2 meetings. Thank you. Item number 3 is public comment review for items not on the agenda. So at this time, we'd like to ask our friends at Cal Recycle if you could please read off if there's any comments that have not been shared with the commissioners, or give us an update.
Good morning, Commissioner Sanborn. There were many comments received between the December 2nd meeting and today. Would you like me to read? They've all been published.
Okay. That's
Would
the
you
main
like
thing.
to-
So they've all been published. What's the most recent one, just to make sure we all have read them?
The most recent one was submitted at 7:42 this morning from Circonomy Innovations.
Oh, okay. And we should probably read that one in. I doubt anybody had time to, or at least get a sense of what that's regarding carpet, I suspect.
Sure. So from Eric Nelson, again, Circonomy Innovations. Thanks again to the MD Committee for the attention to the carpet program. This comment comes from both Eric Nelson from CI and Franco Rossi from Aquafil. Increasing collections is critical job one for 2021 as the processors in the state are starving. A requirement that all old carpets stop at a sortation facility prior to a landfill seems like the best way to achieve this quickly. But setting up these sorting facilities will cost the program a lot, so funding will be critical. Because of the deselection from carpet to hard surfaces, the idea of expanding the program to all flooring was meant to go side by side with the sortation facility idea. Without an assessment on the flooring going in, like resilient or laminate, then there is no funding for the collection of the carpet coming out. This is a program conundrum that could be resolved by expanding the program to multiple categories of flooring. And that's it for now.
Great. And what was the next most recent comment, just to make sure everybody's read them?
It was 11:27 p.m. last night
Oh, that's
from
pretty late.
XT Green Gail Bryce.
Okay, and I think I did upload, per her request, her comments to the policy proposal, which is in the Google document, so everybody can look at that and print that off as well before we get to that item. It's longer. So those were two recent ones on carpet. Okay, and then I would also say that we did receive comment letters, which are also uploaded to the Google document. One is from the Association of Plastics Recyclers. We got on December 15th. Again, a very long comment, so I hope everybody had time to read it. It's about labeling. And then the American Chemistry Council sent us comments December 4th about advanced recycling. I would just remind everybody, we are going to take up advanced recycling in the next slug, is what we had agreed on, as far as between now and or the 18th of December, and our meetings in January through June before the July report. But we did also say very clearly that any particular policy, company or process needs to submit to us in writing why they believe they meet the three-part test of recycling before we will take that up at the committee or at the commission, because we are not tasked with dealing with disposal if it does not meet that three-part test. If any commissioner wishes to speak to this or has a different understanding, please speak up now. Otherwise, we all plan to address this issue next 6 months. Okay, I see nodding heads. And then Commissioner Schneider, did you want to say something? Commissioner Schneider?
My apologies, Chair Sanborn. It was to second, but also to let you know that Commissioner Donlevy joined us, in case you didn't see that.
Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Welcome,
I think it was
welcome.
about at least 5 minutes ago.
Great, and we should put that in the notes that he arrived before we started. So was he on the vote for the meeting minutes then? I just want to make sure.
I think he flashed just about the time I clicked the asterisk 8:38. So
Thank you. The other thing I would like to highlight is that, again, the public documents are due to CalRecycle per the letter from CMTA on Monday. And if anybody has any issues with responding to that by the 21st, Monday the 21st, please ask CalRecycle and get some help. We need to make sure we are fully transparent. Okay. So with that, I don't see there's no other comments, and are there any live comments, CalRecycle staff, or?
Let me refresh one more time, but I don't think so.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay, so then we'll move on to agenda item number 4, which is the discussion of the report recommendations and process. So what I'd like to do, Ted, is I'll give a quick overview of what we've done, and then if I get anything wrong or need to fill in the blanks, you just fill it in. And I would like to move through this very quickly because, again, the meat of the meeting today is the policies. So what Ted and I did as we started adding all of those policies that were adopted at the last meeting into the report, it became very, very unreadable. We were losing our ability to tell the story that we wanted to tell. So what we were trying to do was reformat it. I've uploaded it to the actual meeting today on the folder. We were trying to just summarize in a few pages the context that we're operating in, and then attach all the different policies exactly as they were approved. That way also legislators would not have to bring a full report in if they wanted to, for example, take one of these recommendations and put it into a bill. They could literally pull the attachment off, hand it to Leg Council and say, make this a bill. And then, so that's what we're trying to do. But with the accessibility rules, the size of the fonts, the not being able to number, I found it completely untenable, and with Google Docs bouncing around. So what Ted and I are going to do is take that and further edit it to be very readable, but it may not be accessible, but I'll upload it to Google Docs on Friday so that you can at least read it well, give us final approval comments, etc. And then we will deal with the accessibility after the fact. But the main thing is that you can read it and follow it. That's the intent. So Commissioner Ward, do you want to add anything to that?
The issue about accessibility is really just trying to convert between Word documents and the Google Docs, and we lose some formatting, and then tracking the changes, it just becomes really unreadable. And that's not because of the problem of the accessibility standards, it's just because moving it around and trying to track it changes just makes it unworkable. So I like the approach of just a few cover pages and giving the context and then the stack of the proposals, because that's where a lot of the work has been done. And so we really want to make all of those as readable and as clear as possible.
Commissioner Sky?
Just so that we're planning, is the goal for us to review it as a group, the draft in real time, or are you going to send it to us ahead of time and ask us to review it, just so that I'm planning the next 48 hours?
What I'd like to do after this meeting is Commissioner Ward and I go through this, make it readable, attach all the attachments for everything that's approved today, and put spot holders for the things that will be on second reading for Friday. So it will basically be done, and then you can literally track your changes and bring changes to the meeting Friday to the whole final document. So our plan would be, Commissioner Ward, maybe you and I we can say by tomorrow at, I don't know, 2 o'clock, something we're completely done, and then everybody will send an email so that everybody look at it, or maybe we just say it here. By 2 o'clock tomorrow, it'll be uploaded and final. And all of you, 2 o'clock tomorrow, can print it, read it, track your changes, download it, whatever, and then be ready for the Friday morning meeting for final review.
Question on that, just so that we're really clear. So previously I had set up the document so that you're looking at the table of contents and then you click on it and you get linked to the policy. And what we're talking about is having, the introduction page and then the stack of policies. Do you still want those links there, or is it better just to go with the list of policies after that? Any feedback?
If it'll eventually be online, having the links helps, but I don't think that it's that critical.
I agree. Yep.
And if it isn't in a Word version or uploaded, or because the Google Doc is kind of a pain, it'll just make it easier. What I'd love to do is just show track changes, and then I can share that screen or share it with someone that can share the screen so people can see what edits I'm proposing when we review it on Friday. I don't know if that's possible.
Yeah, we can do that. We can do that. We'll definitely do that on Friday. Commissioner Lapis?
I think that all sounds like a good plan, and I appreciate the amount of work you guys are putting into it. I would love if you could send out an email tomorrow whenever you guys are done with either an attachment or with a link to the document that we're all supposed to be reviewing, just so we're all clearly on the same page as opposed to just trying to find something in the Google Drive at 3 p.m.
Okay. Commissioner Ward and I will send you all an email, and again, we'll BCC you so we don't have a mistaken auto reply all, which we're not supposed to do. So we'll be careful about that, and then that way you have the document. You can literally track changes to it yourselves. It's that. Okay. Thank you very much. And I just want to briefly go through where we are with this, because there's a couple of key statements in here that I just want to make sure you all are focused on. Some of the language in the beginning that we added is literally cut and pasted from the CalRecycle website as far as context and the different bills that passed and what our requirements are. I did total how many hours we have put in, and it's well over 1,200 between this commission. And that's just basically the meetings. That doesn't even include all the other things that you do outside of that. And I also made a statement, I want to make sure you're comfortable with this, that we are confident that these policy proposals are ready to go into the policy arena for consideration. We have more that are not ready, and we'll be finalizing them and providing more context in the final report due July 1st of 2021 for the first year of the Commission's operations. So if you're not comfortable with that statement, let's think about that as we approve policies today, because we don't have to send these today or on the 1st. These are the ones that are preliminary. So I want to make sure everybody's comfortable, they're really ready, because the chances are very good that if we send them over, somebody's going to pick them up and they'll and run with them. And we want to be really sure that we're comfortable with that. Okay. The other thing I wanted to alert you to is this paragraph. After we list all the requirements that we have in the bill, is what we're supposed to do as commissioners. Tasked with addressing those major issues, we knew we had to make a lot of time available to do it. After our final meeting on December 18th of 2020, we have held 13 full commission meetings of 4 hours each and 31 notice committee meetings and multiple two-person meetings established to develop ideas to bring the committees and commission to, and write the report. In short, we have volunteered well over 1,200 hours of our time to help our great state of California achieve the statewide goals established for waste reduction and recycling. We've given as much as anyone could have asked of a volunteer commission and hope that our investment in drafting these policy solutions is met with the same enthusiasm with which we offer them. So hopefully that's something you're all comfortable with, but that's the kind of context we were trying to give in this. So make sure, Ted and I will work on this immediately following this meeting, and we will send it to you tomorrow via email by 2. Any other comments on this, Commissioner Davis?
Yeah, this, I guess the preliminary report concept, as I recall, it's a preliminary report, and then we're taking comments, we're being, we're reviewing it for public comments. I guess I'm still a little vague about the link between the preliminary report, sending it to the legislature, and having things locked in. Are we going to be able to revise, revisit what gets adopted Friday?
Good question. We are a 2-year appointed commission, and we have a report due every year. And the legislated dates are not, there's nothing that prohibits us from submitting any change at any time or any new policy at any time. That's the bottom line. So if we wish to update anything at any time, we could do that and transmit that in real time. We could also wait. So it's really up to the commission. This world changes very quickly, as we all know and saw this year. So nobody's expecting everything to be static. It will be current as of the day it's submitted. And then if we wish to change it, we can always change it.
Okay.
And I have a brief response to that as well, because previously we had showed the whole outline of how we thought the final report was going to go, and we were essentially presenting the January report as an abbreviated version of that, and it just became so clunky, and there was so much good work in the proposals that we didn't want to distract from. We just decided we would abandon that strategy and just do this sort of brief cover page and a stack of proposals. So there is much less correlation between the January report and the July report than there was at the last meeting.
So we can keep it live. We can keep perfecting it after Friday.
Well,
I mean, ideally, legislators or the, I'm sorry, in my view, ideally, the legislators or CalRecycle would, if they need further information or inquiry about any of the proposals, they might come back and ask for so.
I mean, we're getting comments. There's comments come in this morning. The comments come in at midnight last night.
We are going to be done with this by Friday. Ted and I do not want to work on next week on this. We've got other things to do. We're going to put the pencils down after Friday, submit the report Friday. That's when I plan on doing it. So I can get back focused on other things for a couple weeks. And then when we come back in January, we'll pick pencils back up again and start work. But as of Friday, we want to wrap this thing up and get it over to everybody. And that's why it's important that we're all very comfortable with what's in it. And then from there, we can decide in January, do we want to amend any of the things we sent? Do we want to keep them all the same? But again, there's nothing prohibiting us from changing things anytime and submitting those updates to people. And there's nothing, we could also just wait till July. Commissioner Toyota?
Yeah, actually, I think Commissioner Ward touched on it. I just wanted to see if we have any, we can schedule any formal feedback from this from either CalRecycle or legislators or something once they see it, if we're on the right track, if there's things there they'd rather see more focus on, things like that.
Yeah, if there's any communication with me, I can tell you as the chair from any legislators or inquiries, I would certainly share that with you right away. I really apologize. I didn't do a little memo, and Commissioner Valle wasn't available to meet with the Member Eggman's office, and it's been just crazy this last week. But I mean, they are very open. They just want to understand what we're doing, and I think once we submit it, we probably will have some input and feedback and questions, or they may just run with it. I don't know, and I will certainly share with all of you quickly if something comes up. And if it's really urgent, I would put it in an email to you with a memo.
All right, thank you.
Okay, well, I think we better get on to the policies if we're going to get through them. There's 20 today, to just double check we're all on the same page. So we will probably be able to just, after today, approve on Friday the final policies and the final report, and then get into, but the report will be the majority of the discussion because the policies will have already been done. We can't change language Friday and have it go in the January report. That would actually automatically pull it out of the report for the 2 reading process. So we'll move on to agenda item number 5, which is the policy recommendations for commission discussion and approval. So again, because Commissioner Ward and I were looking at readability and simplifying this first preliminary policy recommendation submittal, what we did was we organized these by which policies were already heard by this commission and needed very little or have been fully approved by the commission. And then those that were, we call them basically consent with minor edits, a couple of them. Then those that are revised, that you've heard but have been revised for different issues that were raised, and then those that are initial. And we'll go in that order and hopefully crank these out very quickly to start, and then we'll get into the harder, longer term discussion ones at the end and see how far we can get. So the first ones on consent, I have 10. Basically, the ones that we've heard multiple times, and some of them had very minor edits, if any. Organics, we had the food recovery proposal. Number 2 of this category was the RMDZ proposal. Then was CalRecycle and the market development focus from the Market Development Committee. The other Market Development Committee item, which we had a bit of a discussion on at the last meeting, was the consolidated permitting proposal, which I actually have suggested EJ language to get into that one. We can go back to that in a minute. Organics, the problem products item, recycling design with the shrink sleeves, recycling design on the bottles, and recycling committee, the bottle bill proposal and convenience standard, organics, the Basel Convention, and on organics, GoBiz. And I'm sorry, 11, there's 11. Is the state agency by recycled was the first one we did before we had a format. So John and I are going to put this into the format officially that will be attached to the report on Friday, but we've already approved it and heard it a long time ago. So those are the 11 that are very close to being, if not already in the report. And I guess what I'd like to do is I can start with the comments from the last meeting on the consolidated permitting proposal. I know Commissioner Davis, I had sent you some suggested language. I could not even get to it fast enough with all the emails coming at me this morning, but it was very simple. So maybe you could read it in. We had a discussion, I think Commissioner Dell brought it up as well, about really highlighting the environmental justice protection piece of the consolidated permitting proposal. Do you have my email by chance? I can go back and look, but I worry.
Sorry, I'm going to have to look for it.
No, that's okay. I'm trying to juggle, and I'm afraid I'm going to lose the screen if I go back and forth too much, which I just did. So let me go back real quick. Okay. So we'll go back to that one. And I guess I would offer, do any commissioners have any edits to any of those proposals that I just read off? From the ones that we've already seen, these are basically final. So again, food recovery, RMDZ, CalRecycle market development focus, consolidated permitting, problem products, the design with shrink sleeves, which, by the way, we got a new public comment on from the Aluminum Association. I want to discuss design on the bottles, bottle bill, Basel Convention, GoBiz, and SABRAC, State Agency Buy Recycle Campaign.
Heidi, this is Alex. I know the organics subcommittee did some redlining to John's consolidated permit. We didn't want. We thought it was an excellent document. We just wanted to add some additional clarification and redlining. Did you get that, or did John get that?
I have not seen it.
Okay, that's the only thing that I think would not be there.
Well, since that one, is there language you can read into the record that we could at least discuss today? So on Friday, it could be a second reading.
Yeah, I mean, I can read the redlining, and I don't think it's a dramatic change, but it highlights just certain items. So that then you could do during the second reading on Friday. I don't think this will create a lot of issues, but yes, I can read it when we get there.
Well, I think we're there. So if
Okay.
you want to, yeah,
Sure.
go ahead and read it.
So the first one, I mean, what we do is in terms of our comments back, and this is really to John. Once again, excellent work. We just wanted to add some things to it. So, we changed something from the committee, the organic subcommittee. We talk about the consolidated permit process. Nothing changed there, but we highlight that these are comments from the organic subcommittee. First review.
Sorry, is it possible to share the screen? And I believe it was posted on the website, the red line of those edits, because it was submitted. But if we share it on the screen, that way everyone...
that would be good.
If someone could, I'm working off of two computers because I live out in the country. So if I go off of one thing, my video will crash on my other. So if someone could bring that up.
Is it in the organics committee? I'm looking at is that where you said it's...
Is it uploaded to the policy proposals, Ted? Is the one that's in there? No.
No, unfortunately, I didn't attend the end of that organics meeting, so I have not seen the document. If you could send it to me, Alex, I can work with it.
Okay, let me send it to you now.
Great, because then we could post it. Ted can post it on the Google Doc right now, actually, and everybody can see it, even the people following in the public.
Okay, I recommend we circle back on this and
Yep.
continue on.
Sounds great. And then that's also with the EJ language that I sent to Commissioner Davis this morning. Give him a moment to pull that up. So let me go through these to one last call. Any changes to food recovery? No. Any changes to RMDZ? No. Any changes to the CalRecycle market development focus? Not seeing any. So those three are done. Because they've already been heard before. Consolidated permitting, we're going to hold to the end. Anybody have any changes to the problem products policy proposal out of the organics committee? No. So that one is done. Any changes to the design on the shrink wrap sleeves? This one, I just want to make sure we address the public comment from the Aluminum Association. They basically said in their letter, which I had here, and now of course I can't find it, is that they're concerned that this is going to drive, this ban on the labels would drive the manufacturers to other types of packaging that have worse environmental outcomes. And that they think we should look at adding language to a label that says these must be removed before these products are put into the trash or into the recycling. And I can tell you my thought on that was, I don't want a second step myself of having to try to add. I get told all the time when we're doing labeling bills how hard it is to change labeling, how long it takes, etc. There's no room on the label. So that would not be something I am interested in, but I understand their concern and that maybe they have some more time. Time could be an issue that we could give more time to, or the legislature could, to do the ban and give them time to figure this out. But that's just a thought I had. Commissioner Dow.
Actually, I think Commissioner Toyota might be ahead of me. I just wanted to check. I just see some stars.
Yeah, I already spoken. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, actually, aluminum cans are not included in this policy recommendation. The way the policy recommendation actually just focuses on plastic containers because it was more straightforward to just address plastic and reference the Association of Plastic Recyclers guidelines. So the cans are not in this, so they should not have a concern. Secondly, this issue of requiring customers to cut off labels, actually, if anyone read the lawsuit that was filed by Greenpeace against Walmart this week, the attorney in it actually delineated the fact that the FTC Green Lines 260.12D actually says an integral component on any packaging cannot make the product recyclable. You can't require a customer to cut off something and still call the product recyclable. So first of all, we don't need to worry about the can or comment on this policy. They're not included. And secondly, actually, based on one attorney's opinion of the FTC Green Guidelines 6.12, which I've read and I agree with, you actually can't call something recyclable if you're requiring customers to use a sharp knife to cut off something. So I think this settles this and takes this issue off the table for this policy recommendation.
Commissioner Ward? Oh, you canceled. Okay, and Commissioner Sky?
So I thought there were additional comments regarding some of these sleeves actually moving towards being recyclable without being removed. And there were comments that say that if we're following those guidelines, the guidelines, that ban would be essentially an overkill, that they were recommending that we essentially implement the guidelines which require that the shrink sleeves must be actually recyclable without removal rather than banning shrink sleeves entirely. And Commissioner Dell, I don't know if you had thoughts on that or if other commissioners had thoughts on those comments.
Yeah, I believe that's essentially how it's written. That is it. If a shrink sleeve isn't harmful, if it doesn't cause sorting problems and it doesn't cause PE problems in the processors, it's fine, of course.
Right, and it's clearly written that way. So it sounds like there's misunderstanding on the interpretation. I guess I always worry. I always tell my staff it's if it can be misunderstood, it will be. So we have to be really, really crystal clear about our language. And if there's any language changes to make sure we're clear that it does not apply to aluminum cans, it's only to plastic. And comments we just discussed, that would be open to that. If you think it's strong enough, we're fine. Otherwise, I don't hear any other comments on this item. Or Commissioner Lapis.
Yeah, I think this highlights how we need to talk about all of our recommendations, and we need to be very specific, because we've started using shorthand amongst ourselves, like banning the shrink sleeves, right? That's what we've been calling it. But really, if we're talking to an outside audience, it should be banning unrecyclable shrink sleeves on plastic containers. And then I feel like this has come up in a few different areas where our shorthand, like the Basel Convention. Well, no, we're not really talking about the Basel Convention. We're talking about limiting illegal exports of mixed plastics from California. And I just think as we start talking about this with legislators and other folks, we need to be a little more careful in our terminology.
Anybody else want to speak to this item? No? Okay, then I think it's ready to go. Is everyone comfortable then with the design shrink sleeves R1 proposal? It looks like we're good. Unless I see anybody. Okay, so that one is done. The next one is design from the Recycling Committee on the bottles. Was there anyone that had any concerns with this recommendation or any proposed edits? And welcome, Commissioner Bouchard. Glad you can make it.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing none, then we'll move on. So that one is also approved. Again, it's been heard before. The next item was the from the Recycling Committee is the bottle bill, which I think it was called convenience center, changes to the bottle bill to support CalRecycle AB 54 report. It's about expanding convenience zones, etc. Did anybody have any thoughts on this item? I see Commissioner Schneider. Did you want to speak?
Darn mute button. No, I was just looking for, it is a little difficult to go and find those on the reusable bottle part, but that's fine. I found it.
Okay, good. I would just say, if there are no other comments on this proposal on the bottle bill and the changes that I had mentioned at the last meeting, I thought it would be a good idea to add just intent language, since our bottle bill has pretty much the least amount of producer responsibility of any in the world that I know of, that we add some language that producers should be on notice that they need to help with this program and make sure it works. And that there's a greater role for them, but apparently that's not something everyone is comfortable with. But I just want to say for the record that I think a program that's almost a $2 billion program that has very little producer payment and responsibility, when we have 300 staff in government working on this 4% of the waste stream that's non-toxic, that I think that they need to have that's my personal, as a commissioner, comment, that they need a much bigger role in this program at some point in some way. What that looks like, I don't have open for discussion, but I'll just say that. But I'm certainly going to vote for supporting this. We need to fix this program and get some improvements. So is there anybody that has any other comments on this program? Nope, then that's ready to go. This policy on bottle bill is approved. So then we have, and this is the shorthand, the Basel Convention proposal on really legislating controls on waste exports. Did anyone have any updates to this one or comments? Is that, Commissioner Schneider, I think we've already heard from you. I don't see any comments in the chat. Oh, Commissioner Ward.
Yes, just saying that we've uploaded the revised version of M2, and on the Basel Action Network, for people who are trying to follow along, that is the controls on export policy, market development M5.
Okay. It doesn't sound like there's anybody that has any issues with this controls on the exports. So with that, it's a final, and we're putting it in the attachments to the report, to the submittal. So great. The other one is that came out of Market Development Committee was the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development proposal. That one we've heard several times. Did anybody have any comments on that? Last chance to edit. I don't see any. Okay, so then that one is gone. And number 11, the state agency buy recycle campaign. We do not have it in the new format. John and I will put it in that format for Friday for the attachment, obviously, but you've seen it multiple times. So, and that was already in the report. So unless anybody has any final comments, Commissioner Lapis?
Sorry, going back for a second to the exports. I had a note from our last meeting that, Eric, that you were going to take recommendation 1 and incorporate it into the narrative and then renumber the other recommendations.
This is on which one? Sorry.
The exports.
Which are which?
M5.
M5. Yeah, you're right. I didn't get that done. I don't think it's fine the way it is.
Okay.
We'll just leave it the way it is.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's a formatting change more than anything, right? It's not changing the context at all. Why don't we just do it the way we suggested, and we can, so why don't you just send us the track changes, because it's really, the language has been approved. We're not changing the language. We're just moving things around.
Okay.
But track it anyway, just so everybody can see where things moved. Okay, thank you. And then that one will be heard again, just to make sure everybody sees it again on Friday. Very good. And then I think we are done. So this is these are the easy ones. These are the ones that we've already gone through. So there's 11 policies that are now attached to the report January 1. So congratulations, everyone. A lot of hard work there. Now we can move on to those that have been revised from the last meeting. The first
Heidi, I'm sorry. Heidi, I'm sorry. I don't think we finished the consolidated permitting.
You're right. We have to go back.
We need to look at, And I am merging, so I should be able to show momentarily the organics document merged with a recommended change from this morning. So.
On EJ,
okay. Yeah. So if I can,
they're minor.
If I can share my screen, then since
Recycle, can you make sure John can share his screen, please?
I'll request it.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me go up to the top. So the green, I believe, is the Commissioner Oseguera, if you want to, I'll just flip down through showing green highlight and the one modification that we're recommending to the blue changes.
And so I just want to make sure, just
blue,
very
real quick, the blue changes were as a result of discussion at the commission last time. So, and then the green is coming from organics.
And I want to make sure, I mean, here obviously John has done a wonderful job. So if you see our names in green, it was just a matter of us providing feedback back. That's why we changed over to the subcommittee, et cetera, et cetera. So obviously we would have to put John's name back in the committee, plus the names of in terms of our suggested changes. So those aren't major. As you see, it's subcommittee, organic subcommittee, and first review. The status, once again, that's just clarifying that it comes from the organic subcommittee. So if you can go down.
Yeah.
This is the first one. We wanted to make sure that there was a priority to environmental beneficial type projects. So we thought this type of wording would be beneficial to add. So I'll read it. Furthermore, the consolidated permit process should prioritize facilities that contribute to meeting the state of California's recycling and organics goals. Specifically, projects should be provided a priority classification and permitting assistance if the project demonstrates air emission and recycling benefits as compared to established air emission and recycling baselines. And Joe can jump in here as well. You know, there are some projects that are being completed that they have improved environmental benefits, but the baselines are not included, and so they start as new projects instead of providing what the additional benefit of the improvement or enhancement or new facility is doing. So we thought it was important to make sure we had that clarification. So I'll stop there for any comments. Okay, as you go down.
Yeah, the blue, I'd say the blue comment in here that was inserted from the last meeting is just to clarify this is the discussion of the existing process, these timelines. There was a question about that at the commission meeting.
The next paragraph down, we thought it was important to put a will statement. So the consolidated permit agency will provide each participating agency and the applicant the information needed to complete each permit, and the parties need to agree to a plan. So we thought it was important that there is a will statement that they're going to provide the information. It said gives. We thought it should be a little stronger language, and the parties need to agree to the plan. Going down to the next screen, it's adding to the paragraph. Additionally, it should highlight the air emission benefits and material management enhancement of the project. So making sure that any project is showing the benefits to air quality, and also if it's not something that's affecting air quality, but it is an environmental benefit, ensuring that is tabulated and described, so it does provide priorities to projects that do benefit the state of California's environment. The next one, the purpose. It previously said the goal to increase market demand. We thought it was important to place the goal to increase the processing infrastructure and market demand. So it's very clear that there is demand creation that's needed. There's facilities that need to be created, to increase demand for materials, but there's also a need for enhancements and improvements in terms of the processing infrastructure. So we made that clarification. The next, I'll continue reading down. The goal to increase the processing infrastructure and market demand for California post-consumer waste materials and secondary waste materials will only be met by assuring there is the necessary infrastructure and demand for materials and high-quality feedstocks. A more effective and efficient permitting process will provide increased certainty and reduce investment risks for environmentally beneficial projects. An effective and timely permitting process will increase the number of entrepreneurs and innovative players willing to invest in projects that assist with meeting the state's 21st century green circular economy goals. So once again, wanted to clarify, provide a little more, I think, wording that explains that there is a need to reduce the risk and the time, and trying to make sure that folks, it's not about, not meeting environmental regulation. It's more that part. The next one, where we redline, is, does this proposal require additional funding or changes to resource allocation? It had placed redirection of existing staff. We believe that we had to add to that with clear guidelines, prioritization, and expedited timelines for permitting of environmentally beneficial projects. So there is a need for redirecting existing staff to these things, but there's also, a need for providing this type of information. So if you could go down. It said the following recommendations are to improve performance, and we believe that it's probably more to increase the efficiency or effectiveness. So we placed increased efficiency. Below is permit streamlining installation should assist local source reduction activities, including.
Alex,
yeah.
I think you skipped the paragraph at the top.
Oh, I'm sorry. And then I think this was from the commission beforehand. The commission wishes to ensure that we are equally protected.
That's one that was a blue one, but the green, yeah. So you added the green up above that, just again emphasizing the timeliness.
I see. Coordinating those permits needs improvement if California is to meet its recycling goals and contribute to substantial greenhouse gas reduction. These recommendations are focused on removal of subject matter knowledge barriers. And what we mean by that is that there are some places or regions in the state that might not have all the expertise to deal with new facilities. And so they either need assistance or they need to understand best practices so that that's not a barrier to getting a permit. Bureaucratic delays, the green tape that we talk about, and overcoming administrative obstacles and providing, for example, the routine changes in permitting personnel that create unnecessary permitting delays. So it tries to describe where permits are ending up getting stuck or taking a very long time, where it's really, if we can make the system more efficient, those delays should not occur.
And then the blue comments, there's a change from what was in the file copy or the drive copy. So the first clause of the commission wishes to ensure that we are equally protective of all communities, and therefore wants to state clearly for the record that these recommendations are not intended to modify any permit conditions, requirements, or authority. I think the earlier version started with these recommendations, so the language above it is suggested as a change based on some previous comments.
The next paragraph is what I mentioned. We believe instead of improve performance, it should be increase the efficiency of. So the following recommendations are intended to increase the efficiency needed to accelerate worthy project permits by streamlining processes among Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development. And then it wasn't changed from there. And then the last sentence is permit streamlining and consolidation should assist local source reduction. Local source reduction activities, including reuse and repair, demand creation projects, as well as enhancements and or development of composting and recycling projects by reducing cost overruns caused by green tape delays. Once again, I think being very cognizant of the blue language that was put in place, that it's not a matter of circumventing regulation, but it's reducing problematic green tape. You can go down, John. We added, once again, some redlining in terms of the language. It is important to highlight that governmental agencies discretionary authority remains unchanged by these recommendations, and that the process does not guarantee permit issuance, but aims to significantly reduce structural bottlenecks that have developed over time. Once again, parentheses, green tape, and reduction. Under the different bullet points, under one, we wanted to once again talk about the environmental benefits of projects. So we placed language that says projects will be provided a priority classification and supplied permitting assistance if the project demonstrates air emission and recycling benefits as compared to established air emission and recycling baselines. Example, significant reductions in VOCs. Once again, there's some projects that begin and they start from zero versus actually clarifying that this project actually is beneficial and significantly more beneficial compared to what was there before. Paragraph 3, we thought that we need to make a modification there. So the new paragraph reads, require permit completion within the project stated completion date, provided that the project developer proceeds as agreed in the process. Agency's discretionary authority remains unchanged by these recommendations, and the process does not guarantee permit issuance. And if you can go down, and I think the last one is just placing the market development and organic subcommittee. So placing both both committees that commented on the document. So those would be our changes. So once again, trying to clarify that this is about making things efficient and more effective, cutting green tape, and also highlighting that projects should be prioritized that provide environmental and air benefits throughout the state. And that's it. That's what we changed.
For walking us all through that. See a couple commissioners have their hands up. Commissioner Schneider.
First, I'm going to apologize for bringing this up so late in the process, but I'm trying to equate what this might mean to a small local government who is being gifted with having a composting operation in their boundaries, even though it's helping a regional facility. So as those trucks come in, we are reducing VOCs in the state, but that local jurisdiction now has to account for carbon from that area. In my community, I look at it more at SFO. We don't have to take responsibility for the airplane CO contributions, but we are accountable for every car that drives through us to get to the airport. Maybe this is something we can look at later, that in how local governments are held accountable for pollutants coming through their city to get to a facility. And I don't want to slow this up. I'm just trying to think that right now my little city is trying to fight high-speed rail. We're trying to fight SFO because we're being held accountable to things that we've had no say over at all. So just something.
So if I could comment real quickly, and then we could take it up at a later time. But ICLEI's community greenhouse gas protocol addresses that very fact. So you have because it focuses on consumption as well as direct emissions. And so under the ICLEI protocol, you wouldn't be subject to all of the emissions created with consumption, like air travel or emissions from a processing facility that are generated by materials coming from outside the community. So there's a pathway that I'd be glad to discuss with you.
Excellent. I'm just trying to make this palatable for little cities who quite often feel like they're thrown to the wolves by the bigger entities involved. So if we can get to that later, the next 6 months, I'm happy.
Yeah, that would be great. Okay, and we have public comments, but I'm going to go on to Commissioner Ward and then go back to the public comments.
Okay, we have 3 short public comments. The first
Commissioner Ward, I'm
yeah,
sorry.
So real quickly, I think some of the biggest benefits here are communication among the different regional agencies, the regional air quality control boards, the regional water quality control boards, because oftentimes those staffs are focused on their own region and not learning from the other regions. So I think that's among the greatest benefits of this, because we're already clearly stating we're not trying to go around any permitting process. We're just trying to identify how to move these things more quickly. Part of that is how the state agencies, the regional state agencies, learn from each other.
Thank you. And now for public comments on this item.
Okay, first we have a comment from Shirley Freaks, Nevada County Waste Not, offering my appreciation as a citizen working on recycling in Nevada County for the many named and unnamed hours you have put into this. Your level of detail is impressive, from before a product is designed to renewal to end of life. What is the process after you submit these recommendations? Do your recommendations need to go to legislature? How long before we start implementing?
To answer that question, basically we are tasked with, originally the law said we give these comments to CalRecycle, and then the law was amended so that we can send it to the legislators and any federal or state agency we deem appropriate. So that's part of what we'll discuss on Friday. Some recommendations may have very specific agencies they need to go to. Some we may want to send to the federal government, such as the one on the exports of plastic. So that we'll discuss that on Friday. But generally, these recommendations, we don't control what happens after they leave us. That will be determined by the agencies and the authorities that actually have the final decision-making power as to when they're implemented. Thank you for the comment and for your support. Next comment, please.
Next, we have Mike Robson. Can you please refer to the proposals by the numbers you assigned them in the Google Docs instead of by words impossible to follow?
I'm trying. This is hard. I don't have two screens right now, Mike, because of moving literally this weekend, my office and my home, in addition to everything else. We all have a life, so we'll do our best.
And then third, we have Randy Pollock from Churchwell White. Is it possible to tell the public what document and page you are looking at when you are discussing the proposals? It is difficult to follow which documents is being discussed. Thank you.
Well, I think I've been calling off the title of the document and which committee it came from. You know, I think we're all in the same boat, and the commissioners are in the same boat. We print them off, we have them in front of us, and then we go through them. And I'm sorry it's not easier. We have no administrative support for things like this, and we're doing our best. So apologize if it's hard. It's hard on us too. All right, we'll do our best. So on this particular item, this was going back to the consolidated permitting proposal that originally came out of the Market Development Committee. The Organics Committee has just added language. We put it live, so nobody had to go find the document on the website, so everybody could actually see the track changes live. And this now looks like a joint committee proposal, the way it has been written. Is there any issue with that? Commissioner Davis, I have no problem from the Market Development Committee hat on. I think it's fair and actually probably strengthens the recommendation to have two committees signing off on this particular proposal, and knowing how important it is to meet our organic goals that permits be streamlined in some way. So is that okay with you?
Yeah, I absolutely appreciate the comments. I think they enhance the document, and I'm fine going forward.
I think you should be noted as the lead author, though, for sure. And then we'll add the others from organic. I said Alex is good with that. So thank you, everyone. I think this is a much even stronger proposal, and really appreciate all the edits here. So is there anyone that has any concern at all with this proposal as amended and in front of you now? Because this would be the final language that we would approve on Friday to go into the report. I see none. So
I still think it's worth an additional sentence emphasizing that the cross communication between regional agencies protecting air and water quality is among the most succinct ways that this proposal will help. It's worth another sentence.
To the authors, we should change it now. We have to change the actual words on the page now.
Yeah, it'd be good to change it now if we could send it forward. Where would it fit here?
I mean, this is a statewide recommendation for the state to change their behavior. Are we saying that we're asking regional agencies to work together as?
Essentially, when a regional agency sees a new project, they should have the ability to say, I know nothing about how anaerobic digestion facilities work. I'm going to blast out an email to my other regional agency colleagues and see if anyone else has dealt with the facility anything like this, so at least I'm learning from them. Because that, again, will speed up the process, and that's the cross-fertilization that at this point, as far as I know, has no process whatsoever.
So our policy recommendation is giving advice to local regional agencies. I'm just trying to be clear on what we're doing.
There's language here too. So I searched for regional, and I think this is the first sentence. If you want to add a modifier after that first sentence.
Right. So if I could just recite, and then I'll try to capture this later. Critical to this proposal is communication between regional agencies responsible for protecting air and water quality. Regarding technology, regarding facility and technology assessment.
I'm falling behind, so hold on.
Communication between regional agencies responsible for protecting air and water quality with respect to review of facilities and technologies for resource recovery and composting. And with that sentence, I'm fine.
Basically just making a statement, but there's nothing to do for the state.
So there would be something to do, because that, like I said, this is a process that at this point doesn't exist, and how that happens, I don't know, but I certainly have experience firsthand regional water quality control boards that don't talk to other regional water quality control boards, and it's impacted facility permitting.
Okay, great. Is there anybody that has any comments on this addition? Okay, I don't see any. Then, with that, this is the Market Development M2 Consolidated Permitting Proposal. We're tracking changes live for our public stakeholders having a hard time following. If there's any public comment on this item to CalRecycle staff. Are there any public comments?
Just giving it a refresh. Nothing has come in.
Okay. So again, one more bite at the apple on Friday. So if the public was having a hard time following, all of these are uploaded and you can review them again. They were labeled as final at the end of the naming convention on the proposal, in the proposal folder, because these were read before and we've made some minor modifications to several of them, but they're all there. Okay, very good.
Through the chair.
Yes, Commissioner Schneider.
I'm sorry, going back to what Commissioner Ward just added, if I'm being really anal on the language, it says that the Air Board in Del Norte County will talk to the Water Board in Del Norte County, but it doesn't say that the Air Board in Del Norte County will talk to the Air Board in Los Angeles.
Okay.
So
okay.
I think
yes, you're absolutely correct, and we can add between different regional agencies.
There we go.
And I hear what you're saying. I think that's a good add.
I think we have to. We all know that it would be great if there was the best AD language out there that every air board knew about it. But you know, until we push them that way, and the legislators certainly aren't going to know that.
I wonder if we should say that this is not something we can't do much about. We're just saying we encourage agencies to talk amongst each other and learn from each other. Would that make sense?
Wouldn't the best way to do it is say that, I hate to use best management practices, but all agencies should have on their website information related to facility siting. It shouldn't be so difficult to find this information. And the only way to get them to do it is probably to say that facility siting information, not proprietary information, is posted on a website with the right keywords on it. Expecting them to do it means that it'll get on this someday to-do list.
Yeah,
and never
just to make an observation, because I think, again, you know, there is an existing process. If the process is utilized, this information is going to be communicated because it's a top-down process. It comes from Cal EPA, and the regional agencies, the regional air and air district and water boards are included in the current consolidated permit process. So once the process is utilized, I think that communication is going to take place from the top down as projects move forward in the process. I think we're getting a little far removed from the
I
permit
think we need to get back to the agenda and stick to the chat box, please. So this is a very important item, but we've got a lot of really important items in front of us too. So is this language now with the modifications that have been made, is this are you all confident that we can send this forward and be proud of it? Thumbs up. Is everybody okay with this? Is there anyone who is not okay with this? I don't see everybody's thumb up. Commissioner Dell, Petashner, is everybody okay with this? Yeah, okay. Just want to make sure. And then we have more public comments, so I will turn it over to Cal Recycle.
Okay, from Bob Peoples of CARE. CARE is working to provide additional detailed comments to the commission. However, due to the complexity and short time frame, has not been able to finalize those comments. Worth noting, carpet disposal represents well less than 1% in California. The current program has survived the impacts of COVID-19 and remains on track to continue growth of the recycle rate. This is a direct result of CARE's rapid and aggressive COVID action plan, as acknowledged by both our recyclers as well as Cal Recycle. In short, the action plan increased subsidies and extended the support through the end of Q1 2021. New collection efforts are well underway, but were adversely impacted, delayed by the pandemic. CARE will work to provide detailed comments ASAP. CARE suggests a focus on the biggest impacts to reverse the 5-year slide in the statewide recycling rate. And that's it. That has been published.
Okay, so that'll be, that's obviously based on the proposal coming up under our last group of proposals on carpet. With that, excellent work, commissioners. We are basically an hour and 15 minutes in, and we've approved and finalized 11 proposals for the report Friday. So thank you. So now we'll move on to the proposals that were revised fairly significantly from the last meeting on December 2nd. We can start with the HHW Household Hazardous Waste Framework, which is labeled as H1 for those following online, that Commissioner Ward and I put together and was heard at length at the last meeting on December 2nd. Commissioner Ward, do you want to go? Actually, I'll just ask. It's been uploaded. Does anyone have any comments, questions, edits, concerns about this proposal as it sits?
Hey, I'm sorry, I was processing. What proposal was it again? I missed it.
H1.
This is the Extended Producer Responsibilities Framework for Household Hazardous Waste. This was a priority based on fires. Batteries is in this category.
Yeah.
H1 is how it's listed. And there were significant additions and changes here. So we want to make sure everybody sees them, but it was going to be listed as a priority because of the danger to the system from the fires and the batteries being prioritized under this framework. See, Commissioner, go back, Commissioner Dunleavy?
Yes, thank you. Originally, I thought it was too broad. I think we need to be focused on batteries and items that are truly going to cause fires. So originally, as written, I thought it was far too broad and not specific to the hazardous items of batteries. So that's all. That's my comment.
Does that comment apply to this version? So we really tried to highlight the fire issue and the prioritization of batteries first.
I think you did that well in the latest version. It talks extensively about batteries and the fire risk from them.
Do we know, I'm looking at the reference to the fire down the road from me here. It says, and this is on page 2, it was added. It says the source of the fire is under investigation. Lithium-ion batteries are suspected as possible cause, as remnants of several were found in the burned debris. I hadn't heard that, so I just wanted to verify that that's in an investigation report. Public or
I got that from investigations and consultations with some of my associates through the Environmental Services Joint Powers Authority, but I did not have a specific reference. Should I?
No, I just hadn't heard. It's in litigation, and I just was curious where that statement came from.
Maybe we should try to cite it, Ted, and put a footnote.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just to confirm that we've got that right. Okay.
It sort of a similar vein, that jumped out at me too. Partially for the reason that John mentioned, I actually hadn't known that, but also because we talk about that case where I don't think it's totally clear cut, but we don't necessarily talk about the MRF fires. I mean, we mention them in passing, but I think it's worth also highlighting whether it's Rethink Waste or, you know, some of the other facilities that have had major fires.
We've had, this is our last bite at the apple before Friday to do a lot of changes, and we did mention MRFs. We could certainly maybe add a sentence and reference an article, because I know there's been plenty of, you know, they've put out a lot of articles about those fires at the MRF and SBWMA. So maybe we just add is there a sentence or somebody can type up real quick and plop in here? Because otherwise it's not second reading for Friday. I personally, I mean, we could write a book probably on the fires and all the data we have. I'm not sure it would help strengthen this. I think if we say it's a priority to do batteries first and they're causing fires and we know that, I guess I just don't want to risk not getting this into the first report to the legislature.
That's fair. My comment is purely editorial. It doesn't change the substance. So maybe we can leave it as is and then bulk up that part of the narrative for the July.
I suspect there'll be a bill by then anyway. So I know it was in the legislature last year and it's coming back. So, okay, are there any other substantive comments? Commissioner Toyota.
It's small, but it just bothers me being municipality. In that same kind of, I think the same paragraph, it says municipalities continue HHW programs in part to reduce potential long-term liabilities, but not to be protective or effective because they cannot afford to collect more. I just would like to change that because, you know, we actually do try. So instead of it reading in part to reduce potential long-term liabilities, but cannot be more effective and can't be as protective as we'd like.
Ted, can you pull this up and change it live so we can see it? Because I agree, after you read it out loud, that didn't sound very good. You should rewrite that. Are you there, Ted? Oh,
Yeah, I'm
perfect.
trying to bring it up now.
Thank you.
Let's see. Okay, but are limited in, hello. Sorry. Okay.
Heavy programs and parts.
Waste prevention. Wait. But are, Al, can you see that? Limited in our abilities to be protective.
In the resources, maybe limited in our resources to collect more, which is true. Does that make sense?
Is that okay? But are limited in our abilities to be protected because they cannot afford to collect more? Because we
abilities or resources, either one works for me.
Okay.
Great, good catch. Thank you. So that really is the issue. I can remember when Sacramento County just couldn't afford to promote any more about fluorescent lamps. They'd already hit their limit on what they could afford to collect, and that's why who pays matters. Okay. But are limited in the resources needed to be protective because we cannot afford to collect
That's
more.
awkward.
That is awkward.
In the
But have limited capacity
How about to collect more? How's that?
Well, I would just say it's about money, so it's limited. Well, I would just say it's limited resources to fund a program that's 100% effective. That's really what this comes down to. I mean, if we're lucky to be capturing 25%, that means that on our best day, we're an F-. And it's not for lack of trying.
And
It's
I'm
just
not
we don't-
trying to be disparaging of the people who are doing good work in that. It's just trying to acknowledge the reality of the matter.
Does that work for you, Commissioner Toyota? But have
Sure
limited
does. Thank
resources to fund a program that is 100% effective.
Yeah,
Exactly.
just to avoid any criticism about 100%, because no one will reach 100%, but sufficiently effective would be a better way to say it.
Agree. All or nones are always risky, so thank you.
Okay. Good.
But have limited resources to fund a program that is sufficiently effective. I think that makes the point. Is everybody okay with that? Or anybody who isn't okay with that? Yeah, I see heads nodding. Excellent. Thank you, Commissioner Toyota. Good catch. Anything else on this item? Okay, then unless there's any other comments, then this would be final reading as it's proposed here on Friday to be entered into the report. One last chance. And are there any public comments on this item? I don't see any. Okay, very good. Commissioners, you've got number 12 done. Thank you. Move on to the next item under the revised category, which is H2 on propane gas cylinders. This again was Commissioner Ward and I. We heard this one last December 2nd as well. Again, another cause of the fires, particularly there was a big one at a MRF in Michigan that was directly trashed back to 3 of these 1-pound cylinders, costing over $1 million. So Commissioner Ward, did you want to go quickly through this, or are there any comments from commissioners first on this item? No, I don't see any.
And this is pretty much in the same form as we saw it last time.
Right. Okay. Last call. This will go into the report as is on Friday. Everybody's thumbs up. Okay, I don't see any thumbs down. Very good, and no public comment. So thank you again. If somebody again wants to comment on these between now and Friday and the public, please do. Please send us comments. And then we'll decide if it gets amended. If it does, it won't go into this report. If it doesn't, then we'll just proceed as is. Okay, so that's 13 proposals done today. On to 14, which is organics. The first one labeled 01, the precautionary principle. This one, I believe, was authored by Commissioner Sky and others. It had some significant changes to it. Do you want to go through those, Commissioner Sky?
I can if it would be helpful. I think the last meeting we did a quick run through of the red changes, but I can go through it one more time if it would be helpful to commissioners.
We don't have to. I think if hopefully everybody's read this and read it again. Are there any comments or questions on this proposal right now? I don't see any. And I don't see any comments from the public.
I have
Again.
one.
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
Just in the very first part of it, when you're going through the 4 parts, number 2, it really focuses on food packaging, which I really appreciate. But I'm just wondering if we can add some language, foodware, food contact packaging item, or any actual product that has these in it. When we were looking into floors, one of the issues with flooring were the orthophosphates that made them completely unreusable, so they couldn't use any minimum content for anything that had that chemical in it in places like Oregon. So just kind of broadening that language in that area to include products. It is included in other areas, but in those 4 bullets, I'd like to see that, if that's
You're proposing basically taking, so this came out of organics, which is probably why it was focused on the food packaging items. Commissioner Sky, did you want to
It's a good precautionary principle for all of the items, I think. And I think if we just add in number 2, end-of-life management of any food serviceware, food contact packaging item, or product, or just basically any product.
Commissioner Lapis and then Commissioner Sky, maybe?
Yeah, I think, or other product. If there's no concerns with the language, I think that was the intent, and you're right. It came out of organics. It started with food related, but then after talking with others, we broadened it because it made sense to be to apply to other products as well.
Okay. Got that?
Lapis, oh, you withdrew. And then Commissioner Davis?
Yeah, just right up at the top on the background, the 1A still refers to the department. I noticed you made other changes to say CalRecycle, but that one didn't get caught. So.
It was right where you were at the very top.
Oh, it's very top.
Yeah, it's really purpose because background was deleted. It says, and in 1A, the second line says department. It should say to CalRecycle.
Oh,
so
right.
That was a mistake.
Gotcha.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis. Good catch.
Okay.
Great. So there's one minor edit there, 2 minor edits, really. Are there any other thoughts, comments, questions, concerns? Okay. Well, with that then, we'll consider this approved as the language we just changed with those minor edits for Friday. And congratulations again on another really powerful policy getting adopted here today. So that's item 14. We've gone through 14 now. So there's nothing else I had on my list as items that we have previously heard that were either pretty much the same or modified for today. All I have left are 6 items that are initial hearings here at the commission, full commission. And so I really had to just go through this. I did this with Commissioner Ward last night, and just since Commissioner Valle is unable to be here today, and just kind of think through how we take these up. I think the ones that go directly to our issues that we were tasked with as a commission would be good to take up first, for contamination as one of them. So I think the first one we'll pull up on this section is the compostable plastic certification and approval for composting or anaerobic digestion. That one should be listed as 04.
It's 05 now.
I'm sorry, 05. Okay, 05. And for those following online, 05. Again, this came out of the Organics Committee, and this was Commissioner Sky and Lapis, and the first time we're hearing it. So why don't we have a briefing on this from Commissioner Sky and Lapis?
Sure. And Commissioner Ward, do you want to pull up the document so
I'd be happy to. All right. Can you see that?
Yes.
Yes.
And I'm realizing now that it was one of the changes we discussed was to broaden it to compostable products, because compostable plastics was a little bit more narrow. So that would be a good edit to show.
Okay, just made that.
Perfect.
There's a couple other places where that change needs to be made too. There's another section heading about 2/3 of the way down.
Okay.
We can make those changes once we get to it as well, but yeah, that's the other one.
Maybe you should just discuss through this, Commissioner Sky, like basically so the public can follow as well, since this is the first time most of them are seeing it.
Here we are.
Perfect. And so this was something that the Organics Committee spent a lot of time discussing. It was a challenging topic for us because we were pulled in a lot of different directions, and we know that there's a lot of interest in having a certification process for compostable products, particularly as we're moving food service restaurants and other food serving businesses to try to shift to more sustainable products and to have a system for collecting organic waste, particularly food waste, in a way that reduces contamination. So that was kind of the genesis for this. We had a lot of different presentations on the topic, and ultimately the committee members were very much leaning towards having a high threshold for ensuring that products that are labeled compostable and that get that label that we had also talked about are truly compostable within California, as shown not just by third-party certifications, but also processing in real-world facilities in California that are representative of the compost market in California. There's a lot of discussion about organic compost and the importance of that for the viability of compost facilities. And we want to make sure that this labeling standard is adding to the value for composting operations and not just creating more headaches for them. So this background section just talks about SB 1335 is a major basis for developing the definition. I think most of us are familiar with that. If you scroll down to the purpose, which is at the bottom, it's really to ensure the resilience of the organic waste management system and helping to achieve the state's organic waste diversion goals. It'll help to set standards for what is compostable and limit contamination. So that's really the goal.
Ward, I think, is just pulling out the notes to what goes in each section.
Perfect, thank you. We do expect that there'll be some legislation required to implement this policy. There's some authority that CalRecycle has, and we hope that it is a priority for the legislature in this coming legislative session. It's something that was a key priority in the creation of this commission. In terms of funding, we don't expect that there'll be significant funding needed, and we created mechanisms to essentially self-fund the certification process, and I'll talk through that a little bit later. And I welcome Commissioner Lapis to add in any details on any of the sections that I cover before I move forward. So essentially the heart of the proposal is to create a certification standard for compostable products. And if you look at the first section there with the bullets, that really runs through what the process would entail. It includes meeting the ASTM test method for compostability, which is 6400 or 6868, and then obtaining a certification from a third-party institute such as the Biodegradable Products Institute. Also meeting OMRI or CDFA certification for organic compost. And that is something that we added after further discussion to make sure that we do have the highest standard for products that are labeled compostable. We want to make sure...
I'm sorry, go ahead. Commissioner Lapis had a thought whenever you had a moment.
Sure. Do you want to add that now, Commissioner Lapis?
Yeah, it's actually specifically on this. So a couple people have sent me notes saying that the way we wrote it doesn't make sense, that it needs to be an acceptable input for the National Organic Program, which is what OMRI and CDFA certify. So it should be, I was trying to wordsmith as we were talking, but I think I wrote be an allowable organic input pursuant to the National Organic Program. Sorry guys,
Okay.
My childcare wasn't feeling well today.
No worries, Nick. It brings great memories of when my kids were really small. Now they're not so.
So that's
They're a lot more quiet now.
So that's the logistical or the, I guess, the editorial change there. I did want to flag that.
On that one, Nick,
I'm sorry?
on the one issue, the National Organics Program,
Yeah.
I still think you also need to still list CDFA's OMI program, because we could get to a situation later where it's NOP says yes and CDFA says no.
Yeah, that's a good point. So it's not the pursuant to National Organics Program, which should all be capitalized, and CDFA's organic input materials requirements. And then I did want to say that I personally did not necessarily think that this
And CDFA is what?
Organic input materials requirements, and again, that would also be all capitalized. So I'm sorry. So what I was saying is, I think we decided to move this to the full commission so we could talk about it. I personally disagreed with a specific point because no compostable plastics currently meet that definition. So, and since we're saying you have to comply with all of these, we are de facto saying you cannot have any compostable plastics unless you go change the federal organic standards, which is a pretty heavy lift. So I thought that was going a little farther than I was comfortable with, but I think everybody else on the commission, on the committee, subcommittee, felt that this was an important addition.
And we have public comments, so why don't we take the public comment on this item? Only, Audrey, if it is specific to this policy we're discussing now, please.
There
Be-
are
before
actually
we-
2 comments regarding carpet, so I'm guessing you'd like to hear those later?
Correct. Thank you.
Okay.
And just to make sure we captured the language correctly, I think administered by OMRI, is that correct for National Organics Program?
No, I would eliminate OMRI altogether. They're third-party certifier. There are a lot of others as well.
Yeah, so you could delete administered by OMRI, just that section.
Okay.
And then I think
just
you
wanted
can
to-
also delete at the end where it says certification for organic compost, because it's just CDFA's OIM requirements.
Thank you. That work?
Yes. And Nick, I think you had a different term instead of acceptable organic inputs. It was interchangeable, but I don't know if there was.
Allowable?
Yeah, allowable. I think is more accurate.
Sorry, this is Audrey from CalRecycle. Just so you know, the 2 carpet comments are published if you'd like to look at them on your own.
Thank you. We'll read them probably when we get to that item. Thank you. Or at least so we know what they are. Okay, I don't see any other comments on this. Is this now approvable? Commissioner Lapis, Sky, you're good with this language?
It reflects the recommendation from the committee. I concur with Commissioner Lapis that this does create a very hard standard. We're not the only ones to essentially say that quote unquote compostable products and food service are not allowed in compost, but I'm hoping that this creates a pathway that will push more product manufacturers to get this certification so that they would be allowed.
Okay, so Commissioner Kalpikoff wanted to say something?
Yeah, I just want to make a comment. We had a robust conversation regarding this piece in the subcommittee for organics. One of the challenges that the composters are having is that the Central Valley, some Southern California, and I know up north, different regions, the demand for organic compost is becoming, a little more heavier and heavier, and we're seeing about, in our facility, it's about a 99% demand on certified organic compost going back into the farms. So to be certified, you have to go through the CDFA or OMRI. And again, I appreciate Nick's, it isn't the organic input stream is which they certify, and it's an annual certification, and they do not allow compostable plastics. So, the regulations prohibit our facility from accepting that input as, as a non-organic compostable plastics. So I agree with Commissioner Skies that there needs to be that conversation with these manufacturers to get certified, because we currently can't accept that material in here. And if it comes in and we have to remove it as a contamination, it ends up at the landfill anyway. So if we can have a cleaner feedstock coming in, or a feedstock that we can continue to be organic, and or that our demand is in the marketplace, for facilities, it's definitely beneficial. I know it's a challenge at today, but hopefully in the near future we can come up with some solutions.
And my concern is that and this, again, we really did get into this quite a bit at the committee level, so I don't mean to rehash it, but my concern is that we are prohibiting things like bin liners that I think are going to be really important to rolling out organics programs, and are not, and do break down really quickly. But that said, we're not writing law, we're writing recommendations, and I imagine if the legislature takes this up, some of those situations would need to be addressed.
And that's the situation we have with a lot of these is, we are a volunteer commission, we don't have unlimited time or resources, and ultimately any recommendation will be fully vetted at the state level by whatever process picks it up. There is a public comment. I'd like to, Audrey, again, if it's specific to this item, please.
There are 2 public comments regarding PET thermoforms and 2 comments from BPI. What would you like to hear?
Are the BPI comments related to this item?
They're related to compostability.
Correct. Okay, let's read those into the record, please.
Okay, from Bruce Magnani, BPI has committed to and will continue to be available to participate in real-world testing for compostable products with the state and composting community. The Commission should avoid recommending standards that are based on anecdotal comments, but should be based on science. The current internationally recognized standards should be the basis, and data and science needs to be followed in establishing a California standard. And then also submitted, Commissioner Lapis is correct. No products meet the recommended standard. Setting the baseline that doesn't recognize the current standards will not enhance organics recovery. All 4 comments have been published, though.
Thank you, Audrey. Appreciate it. Commissioner Osagura?
Chair Sanborn,
Yes.
would it be worthwhile to go through the rest of the bullets and then take additional comments? Or
Yes.
if
Yes.
comments
Why don't we go ahead and let you finish, and then we'll take everybody's comments, starting with Commissioner Osagura.
So the rest of the requirements are consistent with our precautionary principle that we want to make sure there are no PFAS compounds included. We want to make sure that the labeling is very clear so that a quick inspection, whether it's by the consumer or by the processing facilities, can identify these products and put them into the right area. And we are certainly concerned with look-alike products, so this is something that will definitely need to be developed through regulations. And Commissioner Lapis, on the next session, I just want to make sure, I wonder if we want to be clear about these requirements that following the full implementation of SB 1383, these are additional standards that will need to be met. Was that the intent?
Yes.
So I think we should add that when Commissioner Ward gets back to the document.
Here we are. Okay. Yes.
So in the next section, we should probably say at the end of the first sentence, just before the first bullet, shall meet the following additional standards. Because I think there was some confusion about that from some of the comments we received. And this is where we get into the acknowledgement that we want these materials to be tested within facilities that are operating within California. and we identified approval from no less than 3 reference composting and or anaerobic digestion facilities that represent the compost market in 75% of the state's market. And we also talk about the parties that are working to certify the products would pay the fee to make sure that they're covering the cost for the certification.
Can we just grammatically go back to that represent compost at least 75%? I think we need to fix that.
Maybe represent the compost market for at least 75%.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Thank you. That was bothering me earlier and I couldn't figure out a simple way to say it. So that's the heart of the proposal. The rest of this is just talking about the process in CalRecycle administering the certification and labeling process, and a mechanism to ensure that products that don't meet that are removed and are not allowed to use the labels.
Okay, are we ready to hear from commissioners and then the public? Great.
Yes.
Commissioner Segura.
Yeah, I would just like to highlight, I think others have spoken about this before, but with the implementation and now of SB 1383, I mean, there will be a significant increase in volume in terms of organics, and we have to ensure that stream does not have significant contaminants. As been mentioned by Commissioner Kalpikoff, most individuals that are buying materials at 99% are buying OMRI certified or organic type of compost that do not accept plastics or compostable plastics. We have the issue of look-alike plastics mixed with potentially compostable plastics, and I agree. They have to break down in the real world, and we have to be based on science, but also not only in a lab, but when those materials go to the different type of facilities, they break down within the window, which is usually 25 to 90 days, somewhere between there. If they do not, it's another contaminant. And now what we're going to have is what we had, the example we had with the closing of markets in China. A significant amount of volume that has a lot of contamination with no place to take it. And so that's a real issue. So I just wanted to highlight that in terms of my comments regarding the great work that Commissioner Skype and the group was doing.
Thank you. Commissioner Kalpikoff, I think you're next. Or no, I'm sorry, Commissioner Ward.
Real quick, I've made this suggestion directly to CalRecycle staff, but I concur with Commissioner Lapis' assessment that in order to roll out food waste collection programs, a bin liner is pretty important, and that bin liner has to actually really be compostable. And so I really think that should almost be like a moonshot focus of CalRecycle right now, is to determine what is a really real world in California compostable bin liner for food use. I think there's no need to wait for that as a focus, and maybe we might want to include that as a recommendation in this proposal.
Commissioner Sky, thoughts on adding this into this proposal?
I have no concern about it. I think that's definitely a priority. I assume Commissioner Lapis would agree as well.
I mean, I agree, but it's inconsistent. It's inconsistent with the certified organic and the comments that Joe and Alex made, in that if you allow bin liners, your compost, if I understand correctly, can no longer be certified organic. I think that it's not even a necessary evil. I think it's a super important part of a successful program. But it's all or nothing as far as I know.
But only if it goes through the system, right?
Okay, sorry. What were you saying, Commissioner Ward?
It's only a critical part of the program if it actually works through the system. If it's a input to the system that is a cost for removed later, that's not a workable input.
Right. I believe the programs that have used them have found them to work. I don't think there's been much concern from anybody who's used the bio bag type liners.
So we have one. Sorry, I'll wait.
Dashner, yeah, you were next.
So we do run a program, but we have to remove it. And what we're going to run into with 1383, and I don't know if it's been, we talked about this in the committee, but not for the whole commission. One of the new regulations on 1383 that if you are a curbside program that wants to introduce compostable plastics into your collection, you need to get a letter from your compost processor that they're going to recover that material. So that now puts all the organics facilities in a quandary. If I provide that letter, I've in writing now said that my facility is no longer organic certified, which wipes out most of their markets. So my belief is most organic processing facilities will not be able to provide that letter to curbside programs. Unfortunately, it does cover bin liners. The only way to really get around this issue right now is to make a best effort and remove all this contamination before you start processing it. And then the question is, what did you really accomplish by putting it in the program in the first place?
And for what it's worth, LA County is moving very aggressively to not use liners in our program. We're just going to have a lot more, we'll have a clean-out service for our bins. But my understanding of Commissioner Ward's suggested language was to encourage CalRecycle to try to get those kind of liners to be certified through the requirements that we've laid out. Is that correct?
Yeah, it seems everybody I've talked to says if you want to do food waste collection, you need to have some kind of liner as part of that program. And so that seems to me an obvious thing to focus on.
Yeah. In other words, for CalRecycle to do what they can to help the product manufacturers meet this new requirement.
And I acknowledge the conflicts, but I don't know a way around it. But in terms of focus, if I had one compostable thing to be produced next year, it would be a really compostable bin.
So we'll stay on this thread. I think Commissioner Dell, you were next, and see if.
Yes, I have one general comment both to the commission and then to the public that's listed. California has to have its own requirements. We have unique geography, we have unique climate, and we have 40 million people. As a registered professional chemical engineer, there is a scientific basis why we need to have our own compostable standards. Composting operations create VOCs. VOCs create ozone. Ozone creates smog. For my entire life in this state, we have been fighting ozone creation and smog, and we've done a great job in doing that. We used to have to not be able to play outside on school days, on smog days. That doesn't happen anymore because we've changed paints, we've changed other things. And so this is why California has unique VOC, ozone, and smog requirements and has to have its own compostability standards. And then the same goes for recycling as well about our markets. Thank you.
Commissioner Schneider?
I am sure you've heard me say this before. Not every processing program can handle food scraps in bags. So I understand your arguments on whether you need to have bags for food scraps in the 3 cities that are handled by South City Scavenger. They do not, we do not, and that process cannot handle the bags. The bacteria can't get into the bags. I imagine they could add shredding up front, but it's still a problem. And then I'm going to throw this back that given that the messaging that the state will be putting out under labeling and marketing needs to be consistent. If we keep pushing for bags for food scraps and you've got 2 adjacent communities, you're sending 2 different messages to your public, and that makes it complicated. So I'm really glad to hear that Los Angeles is thinking of going bagless.
Thank you. Commissioner Lapis.
Yeah, I was wondering if maybe we should add a recommendation to NOSB and to CDFA to add the bin liners.
Oh.
No?
You mean as a separate recommendation that we like send a letter to them? I mean,
No, I mean, we're issuing policy recommendations. Most of them are to the legislature. We could have a policy recommendation to CDFA and to the National Organic Program.
I mean, if you're saying that they then also meet the precautionary principle and everything else, then yeah, but if you're just saying bin liners should be part of the program and they're not meeting these other standards, I wouldn't be supportive of that.
Yeah, you know, maybe since we have the luxury of having a full report by July, we should just acknowledge this as something that we need to flush out a little bit more. Leave it as is, as opposed to trying to wordsmith it right now, and then
I'm okay with that.
Between now and July.
I'm okay with
Most
that.
commissioners are comfortable with that this not go in January, but we want to be very sure we got it right if it does go in January, and this is the first time we've heard it. So sounds like maybe there's some wordsmithing that can be done, and this can be brought back. I would suggest that if you want to bring it back Friday, that's probably too soon. I mean, maybe you could, and we'll just hear it, but it wouldn't end up in the report. We can hear it after we get the report done.
Chair Sanborn, I don't think that's what Commissioner Lapis was saying. I think he was saying that we move forward with this, but that in the July report, we'll have additional information and we can have a refined recommendation that may include suggestions to CDFA and to the National Organics Program.
Thank you for clarifying. Got it. So we'll just, as it was written there with those track changes, that we approve that as it is for now, and that's what goes. Okay. Are there any commissioners that are not okay with that? So we had it up live. It's gone now, but it's still there if we need to get it back. Are there any commissioners who are not okay with approving the language as it was written with the track changes we just did? I don't see anybody, so that means it's approved, and we will hear it again as it's written on Friday, and it will go into the January report. So congratulations. I wasn't sure we could get through that today. That was a big one. So that was first reading, so second reading will be on the 18th. Excellent. So we've got 5 left, and the ones that I thought, again, we should prioritize are the ones that we were really tasked with on contamination and so forth. And of course, bags are a big contaminant of our waste stream. So I think we'll take up next the recycling recommendation from Commissioners Dell and Donlevy on label restriction to stop plastic bag and film contamination and curbside recycling. And I hope it's not too much of a rush to put you on the spot. And we can pull that up. Thank you so much, Commissioner Ward, for pulling that up. So Commissioners Donlevy or Dell, would you like to review this with the group?
Sure, I'll do it.
For those following along at home.
So this policy recommendation actually originally started in the label committee, and then the label committee decided that issues around contamination should go to the recycling committee if it was recycling, and then organics committee if it was composting. And so then this policy recommendation went over to the recycling committee, and it was universally passed at the last meeting. The date is there. And this is just really simple. We all know that batteries are the most acute contamination that cause fires, but after that, the prolific contamination in California and the nation's curbside stream are plastic wraps and films. And we had Recycling Partnership present during the label committee, and they presented their results of a survey, detailed survey in California, that more than half Californians actually think plastic bags and films are recyclable. And this is causing huge contamination. And the Recycling Partnership also found that what's confusing them is recycle symbols with the code numbers on these bags. So this recommendation is just the simplest, fastest thing I think we can do to help reduce contamination in curbside streams. And it is to simply require that the word recycle or the label, the little recycled symbol, cannot be used on plastic bags and films. I'm going to show an example of a label that has all kinds of recycle symbols on it. And I see these in my neighbors' recycle streams, actually. And I've actually asked them, I'm like, oh, did you know plastic bags aren't actually recyclable? You know, they clog up the machinery. And my neighbors have told me, oh, but there's recycle symbols on them. And so this is just the top confusion that are in people's minds. The policy recommendation is just simple. You cannot say recycle or use the symbol. Other words could be left on there, return to store. If someone wants to start an EPR program, they can use that. But the word recycle should be kept for the recycle bin. And that will keep things like, hopefully educate consumers that things like these should not go into recycle bins. And that's the totality of the policy recommendation.
Are there any comments or questions from commissioners? Since this is the first time you've seen it as a full commission, it looks like we've got a few. Let's see, Commissioner Donlevy.
Yes, thank you. Commissioner Dell has done great work on this, but this one just seems very simple. There's a lot of marketing with the recycling symbol that mislead people to think that things are truly recyclable. I don't have my props like Commissioner Dell, but as we're getting a lot of things delivered to our doors these days, I got some last night, and the recycling symbol was on it 6 times, and it was a 1-inch recyclable symbol with the small words below, in-store take back. And it was for a national delivery company, and I don't know where their stores are. But it has you call a number, and then it gives you a list of other stores that you could take it to. Commissioner Dell probably has some photos, but the in-store take-back locations, highly, highly contaminated, and it's questionable whether that material actually gets taken to a recycling facility and all the contamination pulled out. So this one seems very simple. Take off the misleading recyclable label on the flexible packaging that is high contamination at all the recycling facilities. So I think we'll probably get support on this. So thank you.
Mr. Ward, did I miss you?
Yeah, I just a quick question. I understand there was a law a few years back to require recycled content in the production of black plastic bags. I'm wondering if maybe Commissioner Lapis knows anything about that. Just wanted to make sure that we would still allow those plastic bags required under California law to still say they included recycled content.
Yeah, you're right. There is a law requiring recycled content in garbage bags, as well as in the thicker plastic bags that are used at grocery stores. So I'll say that I am not against the concept of having in-store drop-off for film. I think that it's a good way to recycle material that we could not otherwise recycle. But to Jan's point, I think consumers see the word recycle and put it in the recycling bin. And same thing with the chasing arrows. And that's really what the recommendation's about. So I think it's reasonable.
Yeah, so if there was recycled content, that could be allowed. This was made from 25% recycled content. That could be allowed, and that's required. And the word store drop-off could be on there if an EPR program actually came into existence. My NGO, this is not to throw stones at the store drop-off program, but they can try to create a program. My NGO did a survey of, we were supposed to have 52 drop-off bins in South Orange County. There were only 18, and they were all filled with contamination. And we can't actually find any buyers. The film that's going into the Trex and the recycled content bags are actually back of store distribution, grade A, grade B. If you actually look in a take back bin, it's just filled. The few that are required, that are out there, and they're not legally required, just have contamination. But the key part of this is to keep this out of curbside bins for all the havoc that it's causing. Actually, in Florida, they estimate that contamination is causing $100 million a year. And I will add that we had plastic packagers testify at the recycling committee meeting, and they acknowledged that these are ending up in curbside bins, and they acknowledged that they're contamination. They acknowledged the consumers were confused. And so I politely asked them, I said, well, your recycling symbols are confusing everyone. They're wrecking curbside recycling. Will you please take them off? And they said no. And so with that, it becomes clear that if we want to convey to consumers that these are not recyclable in curbside bins, then we have to get the labels off them, because this is what they're looking at, these huge symbols with recycle bins, with recycle on it.
Thank you. Commissioner Davis?
So in the language on the proposal, which I think is on page 3, there's specific language. One's, very clear about, the use of recycle clause, but the other one says if companies establish a credible return system, the products may be labeled, etc. It's that second one I'm a little confused. Are we saying, you can't say it's recyclable, but you can say return to store, but then I just heard you say that there were some other things that could go on the bags. Are we worried about what else goes on the bags, or are we just want them to quit claiming the recyclability?
So the goal with this was really to get the words recycle and recycle symbol off, because what we've come to all understand is that consumers see the word recycle and they think that means it can go into a recycle bin, right?
Yeah.
And so getting that word, now I do say that we could add a line in here that said use recycled content is okay, because I actually didn't think of that when I drafted that. And we can make that addition, that the use of the word recycle to specify content is okay. So that could definitely be an addition. But this word recycle, go ahead.
Yeah, I was say, I guess my question is the second paragraph where we allow other things to be put on the bags. Are we really concerned about what other things can be put on the bags, so long as they're not claiming to be recycled or recyclable?
Well, that's where...
Is that second paragraph really necessary, or is it, that's fine that they can do this. They're not prohibited from doing it, but there's a lot of other things that might go on the bags. And
I'm open to taking that out. I put that in for flexibility in case there were concerns that we're trying to prohibit EPR programs or other kind of take back programs.
Maybe it's better in the background, or
well, before we make changes, staff, because I had a comment on this too, because one of the things to me, if companies establish a credible return system, that's very open. And I would think that if we want to allow folks to say, return it to the store or collect by a certain group, that there should be some state verification of what's credible. Because otherwise the stores are going to have a bunch of people coming in saying, where do I recycle this? Where do I put this? The companies can say basically whatever they want, but it may not actually be real. And then we've burdened the retailers. I guess I just want to be careful what we're allowing.
I agree to take that out. I actually do think the point you've both raised is really important. I don't believe there is any state oversight on a lot of the so-called returnable programs, recyclable programs that are being offered, that labels are coming on. And I do think consumers may be misled. And so I do think this is a policy that should be taken up next year of what makes for a credible program, when can consumers be told, or a label happen. And so we could take that off and hold that part for next year, and then just simplify this down to no word recycle or the label on this, except for use in recycled content. I completely agree with both of you that we need oversight of these so-called take-back programs.
Well, would that be something we'd be open to putting into this proposal, is that we actually recommend that the legislature and CalRecycle get together and discuss giving them the authority to oversee the labeling of products as far as recyclability, recycled content, et cetera, and that
I really think that should be a separate proposal. Oh my gosh, if you start getting into recycled content and all of that, it's a whole big issue, separate from let's just get the recycle symbols off of plastic bags and films and stop contamination. This new topic you're talking about is really comprehensive and goes on all kinds of products that have supposedly mail back and different things on them. But I do think it's one we should address next year.
Okay, then I guess I would task myself, maybe Ted and I this kind of, or maybe this could go back to the labeling committee, is to take up that consideration, because to me there's a bigger issue that there's no central authority approving the labels of what's recycled content, recyclable, blah, blah, blah. And that's been the big problem, is the companies can just label whatever. What I'm worried about is regardable substitute. If we allow this door to remain open and we remove this recycling piece, what else can they come up with that would still be misleading to the public? And I still think we need to put a hard stop there, that there's got to be some oversight and review and harmonization of the labeling standards for the public to not be confused anymore, and to help us reduce contamination. So, okay, so that'll be put off and thrown to the labeling committee to take that up in the next year.
Yeah, so just to clarify on this, I agree. We take out those two sentences. If companies create a credible, just take those two out. And I love the addition of the new sentence that say if they can be labeled accordingly. And yes, the label committee will gladly take this on, Label, Media, and Education Committee, this bigger issue of verification of not just labels, but and also like claims of takebacks in stores or mail in a program sort of thing next year.
Excellent. And that's important for CalRecycle to capture in the notes, please. Excellent work. So now it reads, products that contain post-consumer recycled content may be labeled accordingly. Is everybody okay with that or have an issue with that? Okay, and the other language was removed. Commissioner Ward, did I get you already?
Yep.
Okay.
Done.
And then okay, and then public comment, I believe, Audrey? Is it on this item?
So it's from Nicole Quinones of the Madden Quinones Advocacy. To clarify, would this proposal affect the outer packaging or just the symbol on the actual plastic bag? For example, many garbage bags come in paper boxes, which are recyclable. Want to ensure the labeling of the box will not be impacted, and that has been published.
Thank you. That's an excellent question. So should we clarify that it's on the product itself and on the package, or is it, do you think it's?
Yeah, it's only if a box, right now there are boxes that contain lots of plastic film bags, and the way the label is, I have one in my cupboard. The way the label is, it says the box is recyclable, and then there's a big recycle symbol that says check locally for the innards. And so what we'd simply be doing is just leaving the recyclable symbol for the box. Of course, the box is recyclable. So this wouldn't change cardboard recycling label, even if it included films inside. They would no longer be able to say the films are recyclable.
On the film itself. Okay. Hopefully that helps, Nicole. Are there any other thoughts or comments on this item? Are we okay with it as it is? And then we can approve this final reading on Friday? Are there any other thoughts? Or just thumbs up? I'm seeing thumbs up. Okay. Excellent work again, commissioners. So this is our 16th policy reviewed and approved today with those changes. that we discussed. So thank you again, Commissioners Dell and Donlevy. All right, so we've got a few left here. We're at 10:48. We'll go to 11 and then take a quick break. But we got to get through these last ones if we're going to hear them today for the January meeting. So the next one that really gets to contamination, again, one of our primary charges, is the Recycling Committee's proposal on what they've labeled as the subject, anti-greenwashing policy, determine and identify what is recyclable in California. Primary authors of this are Commissioner Donlevy and Commissioner Lapis. And I believe this was, is this recycling 5, Ted? I'm trying to help the people.
R5, yeah.
R5, thank you.
Jeff, did you still want me? Jeff, did you still want me to pull it up on my screen? Because it looks like it's up on the screen right now.
I've got it.
Okay.
Unless we have any changes.
I'm sorry, Audrey, did you want to say something?
There was another comment about store drop-off labels submitted right in the past few minutes. Would you like me to read it?
Why don't we, before we move on, I want to make sure we've captured all the public comments before we finalize this. Yeah.
Okay, this is from Kelly Kramer of Sustainable Packaging Coalition. The How to Recycle store drop-off label reduces contamination in curbside recycling. In a consumer survey of over 8,000 people at howtorecycle.info, 65% of people report they changed their recycling behavior as a result of the How to Recycle label. Of that 65%, a specific portion report that they will now recycle their plastic bags and films through store drop-off instead of the curbside cart because of the store drop-off label source. There's a URL and you can access that in the published comments.
Thank you. And Commissioner Dell, basically what you were saying is most of the sites that you looked at for in-store collection were quite contaminated, correct?
Correct, and that is not consistent with the results of the recycling partnership study, and certainly my personal inspection of what I see in my neighbor's carts.
All right. Are there any commissioners that wanted to pull this back and make any changes based on that comment?
I would just say we're focused on curbside recycling.
Thank you. Audrey, I'm sorry, did you say something else?
There's another comment that Kelly Kramer that just submitted as well.
On the same item?
Yes.
Then let's just hear it quickly because we are required, based on the passage of the second bill, to hear these public comments. So
we have Jan Bell just said that companies can simply label the other packaging components and leave the other component labels off. The How to Recycle program requires that all brand and retailer members label all components of a package. This is so that members do not cherry pick the packaging components that they want to label and ignore the other components. This confuses consumers to only speak to part of the package's recyclability. So if you required companies to remove the store drop-off label, they would also be required to remove the label of the other components such as paper box, widely recyclable for that same package. And again, that has also been published.
So I don't think that we should get in a real-time debate with How to Recycle, which is a company-sponsored program, which based on the contamination in California curbside bin isn't working. And I would refer the public to Sharon Lerner's article in The Intercept in July 2019, where a How to Recycle person made the quote that they actually don't make the companies put "do not recycle" on it. But at this point, I think the commission's passed this, agreed to this, and I don't think it's appropriate to get into a real-time debate with a company-sponsored representative.
Well, it is a public comment. We're required to hear them, and so we heard it. So I think at some points we just may agree to disagree with some of the comments, and that could be where we are. So we'll go ahead and move on to the item in front of us, which is R5, the anti-greenwashing policy. Commissioner Donlevy and Lapis, who would like to take this up?
I'll start off with this. So thank you for the opportunity. But the Recycling Committee, we spent several meetings discussing items that are truly recyclable to try and come up with a statewide list that the state would adopt as items that are truly recyclable and being recycled through the residential collection programs. And then hopefully with the state adopting a statewide list, it could give the opportunity for all the cities and all the haulers to take a look at their current collection programs and do a reset. There's curbside programs that have 52, I think the highest I found was 58 different items that were included in their collection program. And it's questionable whether they're separating 58 items at their facility, or some of those items are just ending up in a landfill as residual off the sorting line, or the material is included in other grades that they're separating as an allowable contamination that ends up getting landfilled someplace else. So through Commissioner Dell's help and the committee, we've looked at 7 criteria. Commissioner Lapis provided, I believe it was a Public Resources Code 42370.2 that identified 7 criteria to help determine if an item is recyclable. We went through those 7 criteria with all different items, and we've come up with an initial list of 15 items that I think we have agreement that do meet the criteria for being recycled, accepted in programs, separated at MRFs, input from manufacturers, and the materials actually turned into a new item. So looking at the criteria for the 76 MRFs that were surveyed, we identified 15 that I think are unquestionably recyclable, but then there are additional items that might not meet the criteria through the surveys that we looked at. But what we're recommending is having a statewide list, but then allowing collection programs to include other items as a local ad that they may have local markets for, or their system is set up to do the separation of those materials. And with the slide that we see in front of us, we've identified the 15 items that we think universally meet the criteria of items that are being recycled through the collection programs and through the MRFs. All of them have demonstrated long-term sufficient demand, pricing to support the separation, recovery, and marketing of the material. And then if we can scroll down, we do have some items that are unique to a lot of programs that may or may not completely meet the criteria of the other 15, but they're items that could be included as a local ad. And then there's items that we think could get onto the statewide list with some additional analysis and input from stakeholders. An example might be the PET thermoforms. That industry is invested in California, putting facilities in place to help with the recovery and remanufacturing of those items back into thermoforms. There's items like polypropylene number 5 that there's quite a few facilities that do the recovery and separation, but I think the markets are limited for where that material can go. There's no investment from those producers to site a facility in California or even on the West Coast that would create a long-term demand for that material. But again, those are items that I think would need some additional analysis before they could be included on the statewide list. And then by being on the statewide list, these are items that could advertise and label themselves as recyclable on their products. So those items could go in curbside and commercial collection bins. And then with this list, we have identified a pathway for products that can be recycled to get onto the statewide list. So Commissioner Lapis, could you go over what we've talked about on the pathway to get onto the list?
Yeah, I think the gist of the pathway is if a manufacturer believes that they do meet the criteria laid out in the law, they can submit evidence of how they're complying with each of these. And then we as a commission, right now we as a commission would be able to add them to the list. If this authority is at some point transferred to CalRecycle, then CalRecycle as a department would be able to add them to the list. A couple specific caveats I wanted to add. One is we added a provision for a temporary inclusion on the list. If you can scroll up to temporary acceptance. This is a way to, there's some manufacturers who have said, well, we're ready to invest in very significant use of recycled content and collection and separation in the short term, but if you tell us that, if you tell consumers they have to put the stuff in the trash, we'll never get the material and we'll never be able to recycle it. So a compromise suggestion there is that if a manufacturer can show that they either have regulatory requirements or purchase orders or other things that will put them in compliance in the short term, they can be added to the list temporarily or kept on the list temporarily and sort of given a grace period. Excuse me. The other thing that we've gone back and forth on is polypropylene. Polypropylene rigids, which seem to be right on the cusp of possibly being on the list versus not on the list. And what Jeff and I are suggesting after talking about this yesterday is that for now, we say these are the 15 items that we know are recyclable in California, but we commit to between now and July, determining how much polypropylene is actually getting recycled, because we think that we might be over the numeric threshold for number of MRFs that accept it, but it's not totally clear what happens to all the different forms of polypropylene once they go to KW, which is the main purchaser. So for example, anecdotally, we've heard that there's a lot of interest in yogurt tubs and that, kind of the polypropylene white tubs, versus not as much interest in things like the rotisserie chicken box. So we need to get into that a little bit more detail in terms of what forms of polypropylene are being recycled and in what quantities. And by the time we issue the July report, we might recommend adding them to the list.
Just to be clear,
with that, if I could add, I think there was some interest maybe a year or two ago about citing a facility to recover and recycle PP number 5 here in California. I think one of the criteria was they were looking for 25 million pounds or more per year to supply that facility with enough material to make it cost effective. But unfortunately, I think the generation that they found in California might have only been 1 to 2 million pounds a year. So it wasn't enough material to make that facility cost effective. So they did not move forward with siting a facility here in California or on the West Coast, just because they could not secure enough supply. So at 1 million to 2 million pounds a year, it doesn't look like there's enough supply of that material to attract somebody to locate a facility here.
I'm just going to interrupt real quick. We're going to have to kind of wrap this up to get onto the other ones, but I know we've got a couple of commissioner comments too, so I wasn't sure when you wanted to take those up.
Before we get into that, I just want to flag, I think Under plastic, on what's on the screen where it says PET number 1, jars and rigid containers, that's supposed to be polypropylene.
No, PET jars and rigid containers, those would be separate than beverage container bottles, because if you look at a peanut butter jar or other PET bottles that are not beverage containers, they may have a barrier material in them, so they're treated differently than a beverage container, and they end up being rejected and landfilled at the reclaimers.
So in that case, we should add polypropylene as a separate line item because it's definitely at least a local ad.
Yeah, I would agree.
And Commissioner Lapis, can you explain, so this proposal, it's saying that the final analysis of what is recyclable should be included in the final July report. Then what are you recommending we bring to in this first report? I mean, what would be the difference?
The difference is we're basically saying these are the 15 items that we know are recyclable in the entire state of California. We will do more research to see if there's anything that needs to be added, and there are some products that could be contenders. But at this point, these are the ones that we have sufficient evidence to say are recyclable in California.
We haven't completed defining it. We're saying this is our preliminary findings.
Yep.
We should say that very, very clearly, because I'm afraid this will be picked up, and if that isn't explicit, that this is not the final answer. Because I'm not sure, if it's not the final answer, what is the benefit of putting this out from the commission prior to July?
I mean, I would say that probably that's the will of the group, but I think that there's value in saying these are the things that we know right now are recyclable, and that is a changing list. We might be revising it by July, but these are the things that we have determined are recyclable. And nothing else we feel comfortable allowing to use an unconditional recyclable claim.
And it starts getting the word out that the items that are truly recyclable is a lot less than most programs are accepting right now. So it will give the opportunity for any collection program that might have a contract coming up. I know in the Bay Area, there's one city, their contract is up next July 1st. And there was consideration of adding additional material to their program because other cities in the area had more programs than their program. And I had talked to them about saying, you should really look at having less material in your program unless you know that it is being separated at your curbside processor and being recycled. So I think this gives the hauler and the processor the opportunity, if their contracts are up, to say the number of items that can be recycled is a lot less than you think. Because I think there's a lot of cities or counties that try and have as many items in there as possible because the city next door has it in their program. It's trying to keep up with...
Oh, sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
I think I get it, yeah. Okay, Commissioner Potashner, did you want to say something?
Yeah, and this survey is great, and I agree with it. But it's also just a snapshot of today, and it could also go the other way where things on this list may fall off. So what I'd recommend for July is, I think the best thing we have is the RDRS system that CalRecycle is already building upon. I agree that there needs to be more transparency into that, but there needs to be some tie back that this list is always under some sort of constant feedback loop to what the markets are actually showing.
Mm-hmm. Do you have language?
I don't need to do it today. I think that's something for our final report in July. I'd like to see if we build on this proposal.
Yeah, definitely agree. This is just a snapshot in time. So that can maybe be added by the authors in any updated version of this.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, point well taken, because in California, we only have one glass processor, and they're a very good glass processor, but if the business environment changes and something were to happen with that one glass processor, glass might fall off the list, because the market for glass is literally one company in the state.
Okay, I think Commissioner Davis is next.
Yeah, I appreciate Commissioner Lapis getting polypropylene on one of these two lists. I've brought that up before, and it's, apparently the recycling committee is not prepared to recommend that polypropylene is recycled statewide. I still struggle trying to understand that distinction, since it is recovered generally across the state, baled and shipped, sold and shipped. So I think if we start down the road of trying to track what happens at the end point of each shipment to qualify on here, you know, that may well exceed our ability to do it. But so I'm glad that polypropylene lands somewhere. I think it should be on the statewide list until it's proven otherwise, rather than say it's not. It's only a local ad when it's so widely accepted. So that would be my suggestion. If we're going to look at keeping this list active and current, then convince me that polypropylene doesn't belong on there. This does tie into some of the other work that we're doing, but the communities I work with not only recycle polypropylene items, but also thermoform items. And so, you know, it's going to create a lot of confusion. To say it's a local option puts all the burden on us to make that happen. And it's not clear to me at all from the recommendation what it takes to move from local addition to statewide, what it takes to move from neither onto either one of these. So that's a concern. I hear we're going to keep talking about it, but if we're going to keep talking about it, I feel pretty strongly that polypropylene is generally recycled. I did look at the material that was provided by APR. They do show pending investment in California. They also make an estimate, at least nationally, I guess, of tonnage. Maybe the Market Development Committee could dive into that. We did something similar a while back with AFPA and ISRI on paper products. Maybe we could try to understand what those market development impacts are. But there's, you know, I heard Commissioner Donlevy said there's no planned projects. The APR PowerPoint says there are, and so I'm having a hard time reconciling that. But so anyway, from my standpoint, put polypropylene on the statewide until it's proven that it shouldn't be there, rather than make it prove.
Okay, Commissioner Davis, it would be great to have your assistance on it. If products are accepted, that's one thing, but getting them turned into a new product is the goal, and not just diverting them from California to another state or another country where a large percentage of that material may be landfilled. That was the intent of the Basel Amendment. That was the intent of National Sword, and I think we should follow with that to make sure that the products that we're accepting in our program get sorted and sent to a facility that they're turned into something new. With the PP5, there wasn't enough supply on the West Coast to generate a second facility in the United States to recover and recycle PP5. Some of that material may be going offshore, and with plastics, whether it's a rigid container, a blow molded container, some are not compatible at the recycling facilities, so they end up getting landfilled. And that's what we need to identify, is how much material that we're shipping, if it's a PP5 bale, actually gets recycled and it doesn't get landfilled by the receiver of that material. It's the same problem with thermoforms. Thermoforms are ending up in our PET bales because there's an incentive to receive CRV payments for those items. It's included in the formula. There's no incentive to separate the thermoforms, where we've heard there's a huge demand, there's actual investment in California to reclaim thermoforms. But the problem is the PET reclaimers that get the thermoforms and the PET bales are landfilling the thermoforms. So we got to make sure that that's not happening with other plastics.
Yeah, it sounds like that's a problem with the CRV program, not thermoform recycling. But
well, it's recycling in general. It's recycling in general, where people are mixing material and shipping it someplace else where it gets landfilled. That's what happened with the National Sword. That's what's happening with Basel Amendment, is people think that if it's accepted in a program and it gets in a bale and it gets in a container and it goes someplace else, it's diverted, and that's recycling. That's not recycling. It's diverting it to California landfill.
John, I'm going to have to start using the chat box because we're talking over each other. So, and we're going to get to the place where we've got a few more to go, and I've got a bunch of comments and public comments as well. I'm starting to think that this may not be ready to go right now, but we'll try to get a few more comments in, but we're going to have to move on to the other items to at least give them a shot of being heard today. So I guess I'll move on next to Commissioner Schneider real quick and then take public comment.
Thank you, Chair. Question on cartons. You're meaning corrugated, and they're actually below the 75% threshold?
It's the 8 septic cartons, the milk cartons.
Oh, okay. So not corrugated. I've just been getting lots of, well, I've gotten 3 different requests from people around the state about corrugated reuse. And I had been told that you guys were going to be looking at box reuse, and that can go into the July program on there. When I read cartons, I didn't take it to mean milk cartons. You might want to clarify that.
Okay.
And then my other question is, knowing we've got, 538 or 78 entities in the state, if this program is accepted and contracts between a city and their service provider says you must collect XYZ, but now X has dropped off the list, there's going to be a lot of confusion and a lot of changes in contracts. So as we go forward into 2021, I think we might want to look at suggested language that local governments may have. I'm always amazed that not every city in the state has done stuff we did in San Jose 20 years ago. Like each year or each quarter, the service provider must provide us with their viable markets. And are they truly getting recycled? And if that hasn't become universal, then we need to make sure that all of the entities that are doing contracting know that that is an option. So that's a 2021 thing.
Okay, I think we've got a public comment here. Audrey, do you want to read that? Is it related to this item?
We have one last response from Kelly Kramer left over from the last agenda item, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 comments regarding this agenda item.
Let's stick on this agenda item. We'll take Kelly's at the end. So comments on this item.
So we have Randy Pollock from Churchwell White. Were pails considered during the process?
Commissioner Dunleavy, pails?
Could be different types, number 2 plastic or number 5 plastic. I think it's potentially different. I'm not sure. White pails, I don't know what that is.
Bulky rigids were a category.
Like paint pails, the 5-gallon pails, I assume, or the 1 gallon. So yes, they were is the answer?
They were considered, but they weren't included because there are different types, and then some pails have handles, some have metal rims. The bulky rigid plastic market is very unstable. A lot of that was going offshore. I don't know that there's domestic capacity for that material.
I would suggest to any of the commenters, if you want to provide us with more details and information on something that we need to know, please make sure to submit them in either the portal or a comment letter. This isn't over until this goes and leaves our hands. And even then we can change things. So appreciate your input. Next commenter.
Next, we have Karen McNamara from Conscious Container. Recycling proposed legislative language was submitted to this committee several months back regarding statutory changes needed to the CalRecycle program for reusable/refillable containers to be processed in California. Returnable/refillable glass and PET container systems need to be part of our CRV recycling system, and proposed legislation from this committee is essential to enabling these containers into our California CRV system. Is this proposed language included?
I don't think it did from the recycling committee get into the proposed language for the bottle bill program. Is that correct? On refillables?
No, refillables in the bottle bill are definitely a big issue that need to be addressed. They were not included, but it does need to be addressed when there is a major overhaul.
So we don't want to address it now, the suggested language that that it's kind of separate from this item, but
could we put some
commented several times, so I just want to make sure we answer her.
Is it possible to put some language in the just narrative that this is an issue that we need to tackle?
Good.
I think that's fair.
Would it make sense in the narrative to have several issues that we've identified as things we need to tackle but haven't gotten to?
Yes, I think we should.
This is a good one. This is one that fell through the cracks, but really is a priority, and I wouldn't be surprised if there was legislation on it this year. So,
well, we could also make it one of our priorities for the beginning of next year, is dealing with this issue on refillables and the bottle bill. So Ted, maybe we make a note of that for the narrative, that this is something that's got to be prioritized for the rest of our time. And I would suggest then that that's the recycling committee needs to take that up quickly in the next meeting and get that, is what I'm hearing everybody agree to. Okay.
And in that same category from earlier in the meeting, we have the organic certification of compostable plastics, and we have polypropylene and PET thermoforms as things that we're aware of need further conversation in the short term.
Excellent. So that's a recycling committee agendizing. Okay, fantastic. Thank you for that comment. Are there any other comments on this item, Audrey?
Yes.
Hi.
We have two more. Okay. So from Adam Regale of the California Chamber of Commerce, just to clarify Commissioner Lapis's comment regarding packaging not on the list but otherwise applying to qualify, is Commissioner Lapis stating that the statewide commission will be the body approving or denying which packaging types meet the requirements and therefore can or cannot be added to the list, or that CalRecycle would be making that determination? Thank you.
Could I answer that, Heidi?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. No, I'm actually really glad Adam asked that because I glossed over it a little bit. So currently the committee is charged with identifying what is and isn't recyclable, and it's an ongoing committee. So right now that responsibility is with us. The way the recommendation is written is that it could stay with us, or it could be transferred to CalRecycle and have CalRecycle take over the process of the data gathering and the keeping of the list. I think we left both options with the legislature.
Well, I guess I'm going to raise a question with CalRecycle then, because my understanding is we are an advisory body and that we hand advice over to those in authority to make the final decisions and put into regulation and law what they see fit based on what we gave them and what their own investigations determined. So my understanding is this is not with us. We make recommendations and advice. We give advice. CalRecycle, and is Zoe on, or anybody from the legal staff? This is very important if there's any question amongst commissioners or the public as to what our authority is. I did not understand it that we were running anything.
I guess I envision that we would, as a commission, keep ongoing recommendations of what is and isn't recyclable, you know, based on the folks on the commission and the programs that they run.
Right. Well, yeah, we were tasked with defining compostable and recyclable by July of next year. And once we hand that off, it's handed off.
Well, the way it's written is that we would update that list no less than annually, I believe.
But again, it's still advisory. We have no
Right.
authority. Yeah.
Well, I think that's the question of it, whether or not it's on the list. And right now, the keeping of the list is with us, and we're supposed to update it no less than annually. If there are regulatory requirements attached to the list, it might make sense to move that keeping of the list to CalRecycle.
I will just say, as chair of the commission, it feels very dangerous to put us in the position of, as volunteer commissioners, keeping any list that's of any authority. I mean, we are giving advice, and I think that is, we're giving advice to CalRecycle, advice to the legislature. It's public. We keep the list meaning we're developing it until it's done and we approve it and we send it on. And then we'll update it and we'll give our advice again as things change. But I don't want the companies out there thinking that we are a body of decision makers that is implementing a program. We are not. That was not part of, we are advisory. So I just want to make sure everybody's clear with that. No, is there anybody who disagrees with that? Okay, including CalRecycle.
I see a lot of nodding. So I think that does seem to be the consensus. So then this should be updated to reflect that.
Yeah, I mean, the report itself says that, the draft, the way Ted and I have written it, we're an advisory body, and I think the CalRecycle letters to us have said that very clearly. We're just an independent advisory body from them. Okay, so if there's any changes in language to address that question, hopefully the authors then can go back, Commissioner Lapis and Dunleavy, and make sure that's clarified as well, which is very important. Okay, Audrey, are there any other public comments?
There's one more comment from Gail Bryce of XT Green, the Greenwashing Committee.
Is this about this item?
I don't feel comfortable deciding whether or not to read the comments, so if you'd like to decide for yourself and let me know, they're all published.
It starts with anti-greenwashing. That's probably this one then. Go ahead.
Would you like me to read it?
Please.
Okay, the Greenwashing Committee is generating great information regarding the status of recycling facilities in California and feedstock availability. It would be very valuable for companies interested in investing in new recycling facilities in California. Is there any activity being done by the Commission that would make this backup information that led to the greenwashing conclusions available to the public?
Commissioners?
We don't have a greenwashing committee.
Well, I think she's referring to this item that was titled greenwashing, and I think it's to Commissioner Dunleavy and Lapis.
I think we need to have an appendix that clearly shows all the data from the survey, and not in a screenshot form, but in an actual maybe link to a spreadsheet so people can go through it. So I think it's fair. And I think manufacturers are going to want to pick apart the data and see if they're being, if there's a flaw that's causing them to be incorrectly excluded or included.
Yeah, so the spreadsheet's been posted in the public domain since it was, the first version was posted or drafted in August or September, and it's been continually updated and posted, and it's on the Google Drive. And I think the last version was December 10th. And it has all the links to all the data sourced in it directly in the public domain for people to give feedback. and it is a science-based, fact-based survey open to public comment. Oh, is this link wrong, or was this interpretation wrong, or does this MERF really accept something or not? We've gotten some feedback, and we've changed the yeses to nos or noses to yeses. So it's all out there transparently in the public domain and has been the entire time.
Commissioner Ward, can you explain where it is? I'm sorry for just a moment. Can you please explain to the public where that document is so they can check it?
That would be in the recycling committee folder and in their public proposals folder, I believe.
Thank you. So we've already received
and it's an
public
Excel
input.
spreadsheet.
Yeah. So it's an Excel spreadsheet. So you can look for it in the recycling folder in the Google document, linked from Commission documents on the CalRecycle page. It's right there, and we've already received comments, so it's already been updated based on those public comments, so we know people can see it.
Can we have a link to it in the document as an appendix? Like a clickable link? Or just attach, I guess, or have a printout of the spreadsheet, I guess, maybe as an attachment, but that seems harder.
Yeah, we won't have time for that. We'll just do a link. Okay, so Ted and I will add a link in the document to that spreadsheet, and I think that's a very good point.
Chair Sanborn, there's another comment that came in from Karen McNamara.
Okay.
Okay, from Conscious Container, to follow on to refillables/returnables legislation discussion. The proposed statutory changes need to move forward in the 2021 legislative session. Specifically, these changes enable containers to not be canceled or crushed, so CRV bottles can be washed and refilled multiple times within the state of California. And there is more than one customer for CRV glass containers in California, and that has also been published.
Yeah, we heard you, Karen, and we'll take this up. The recycling committee is going to take this up priority in January. And but the truth is, anybody can go to a legislator at any time and recommend changes. You can, anybody can, and they're all listening as well. I've been hearing from multiple folks that they're watching these meetings. So a lot of people have heard this, and we all want reuse and refilling to be considered. So thank you again for your comments. We hear you.
3 more short comments just came in as well.
Okay.
Okay, from Andrew Jolin, Direct Pack Inc. We buy 1.5 million pounds of PET thermoforms and rethermoform them into new thermoforms for big California-based brands. Next is Shirley Freaks of Nevada County Waste Not. Please clarify contamination in report. I have heard it used with food, plastic film, and in a bake that makes it unsaleable. More? Question mark.
More about contamination? I'm not sure what that point is. How do we, I mean, contamination is pretty clear. It's a contaminant. It has to be pulled out of the stream in order for it to get recycled. Is there any more detail on that I'm missing? Anybody? Okay. I think that's all we mean, I think, by contamination. Next comment, please, unless there's somebody else who wants to respond to that.
And Heidi, I would just say in terms of contamination, you have to bifurcate the subject, right? And I'll just give it as a simple example, right? There's the diaper that someone puts in a commingled recycling container, obvious contamination, right? And all those things are contaminated. And then there are materials that are either deemed recyclable, might have the label, but do not have a market, so they have to come out, and unfortunately those are disposed. So we have to ensure that there is clear education for constituents, that there's, first of all, there has to be city, county, state regulation regarding contamination. That is the diaper in the container. You should not put that in, or the wrong type of material in the organic container. And then there's also the material that seems to be recyclable that is not, that is also a contaminant. I just think it's very important because, I mean, I think that contamination definition it's so broad. People always equate it to one thing or the other, but it's really two different things. There can be a container that has no contaminants that are no, once again, the diaper does not go into the blue container, right? Easy one. But there's the other one that's even more difficult, and I think we're trying to address is what should be in that container that might have a label that's not correct, or that might be a product that's not recyclable, has no market. So I just, I do want to make sure.
Would you like to take a stab at writing that up for the report, or is that needed at all?
Sure.
Okay,
I'll take a stab at it. And then while I'm talking, I just wanted to highlight something that Commissioner Schneider said that I definitely agree with her. I mean, there are current contracts and there are contracts that probably are being renegotiated, but there should be language that says if there is a list created and a recommendation and that list is adopted, cities and municipalities should be able to go to their contractor and discuss the list. If unfortunately their list got to 55 for whatever reason, and really that list needs to be rethought of, even if they're in the middle of a contract, they should be able to sit down and have a discussion to make sure they don't have contaminants. The other is, and I think is extremely important, that also highlighted by Commissioner Schneider, is there has to be two different questions, right, asked by folks that are implementing programs. Is the material recyclable? And then the other is, does it have a viable market? Does it have demand? And I think as more individuals, whether those are cities, municipalities, contractors, are asking that question in the state, we'll get to materials that are truly recyclable and that we are able to then put back into the stream of commerce. So those are the comments I would like to make on that.
I'm going to point out we are now an hour away from the end of the meeting, which is a hard stop at 12:30 for public noticing requirements. We have to move on from this item. I would like to, take input from the commissioners who led this item on truth in, anti-greenwashing policy and what's recyclable. What would you like us to do with this? We've had quite a bit of discussion, a lot of input.
Chair Sanborn, can it be noted that there are still 2 outstanding public comments, please?
Thank you. Noted for now. Let's, I think, I'm not sure this is ready yet. Maybe I'm wrong, but let us know what you'd like us to do.
I'll leave the hard question to Jeff, but I would like Alex's comment to be reflected. The original draft did have some verbiage about modifying franchise agreements, but I was afraid that it was getting too into a sticky local control area that would make people uncomfortable. But if you could take a stab at adding what you suggested, I think that'd be a great addition. And I'll leave the more complicated question to Jeff about what we should do.
I have input on this, if I might. I'd like to suggest that we move this forward at a preliminary basis, because as a local government, this information will be useful as we're negotiating changes in our agreements, and we need to be able to get this out to local governments, just like we need to get out the export restriction information. It's very relevant to our collection.
Toyota, I'm going to let you go through the list of comments here from the commissioners, and then we'll have, let's see how many, we've got quite a few more though. I don't see how we're going to get through all these. All right, so Commissioner Donlevy, what do you think we should do?
Commissioner Ward, thank you. Yeah, I would like to move this forward with the initial recommendations, and then the intent of the recycling committee is to continue to review some of the additional items to see if they could be included in the final report, but at least it gets the indication that we are moving forward with a statewide list of acceptable items, and additional items could be added to the final list come July.
I second the motion.
Okay, so basically we haven't heard all the public comments. We haven't heard all of the commissioners' comments. And we're moving to approve this as it is to go in January. And that makes me nervous, I have to say. I think maybe if we're going to have the motion, can we hold it? Can we agree to hold it until we hear at least the commissioners' thoughts and the public comments to make sure we've cleared that deck? Because if we don't, I'm worried we're going to get, okay, very good. Thank you. Then why don't we go back to the commissioner's comments and then we'll do public comment. Commissioner Toyota, I think you're next.
I support moving it forward. This list is never going to be final. It's always going to be this conversation, and it actually helps to highlight some things like that might be on the cusp that maybe markets can focus on. So I think it's helpful to move it forward, and it also gets to the heart of one of the things that I think is a real problem with recycling, with the Basel amendments and everything else. It's that as people associate the act of recycling with things going to the landfill and ending up in the oceans and social injustice, they're not going to recycle. And it gets to the heart of that as well. And so I strongly agree with moving this forward as is.
Commissioner Dell, did you have anything else you wanted to say?
Yes, I strongly support moving this forward. This has been a scientific, fact-based, transparent approach to proving what is recyclable. We have to prove something is recyclable. We don't have to disprove something's recyclable. We have to prove it. We use the 7 criteria that were in the law that really boil down to 3 things. Is it collected? Is it made into a separate bale? And then it is actually recycled into a new product legitimately. 15 things absolutely passed it. Now, we are going to take our time on the additional items that were in the middle, right? That lack sortation, that lack processing capacity or proof of this. And so the recommendation to say 15 yes, we're going to look at the others. And you know, that gives some time perhaps for some processors to make investment in facilities. A dot on a PowerPoint map is not a facility. I have heard about a major PP5 facility coming for 10 years in Ohio, and it hasn't come. Commissioner Potashner's comments are completely true. Things may fall off the list. California is still exporting 8.6 million kilograms of plastic waste to non-OECD countries per month. That will be illegal in those countries starting January 1st. The secondary facility that was in Southern California, the processing facility is gone. A lot of MRFs who accepted, we're just sending things there. And then lastly, a lot of MRFs were under the misunderstanding that they had to collect all plastics 3 through 7 to get CRV value. We've now showed that's not true. So the list will be changing, and it gives us more time in the next few months to really look at the ones that may come on, may come off, and have a stronger recommendation in July. So this is a very strong initial recommendation, and the approach to get there is credible, transparent, and traceable.
Thank you. And Commissioner Ward? Can't hear you.
I just think that in the final version of the executive summary, we need to highlight that we are trying to clarify these streams, and in the short term, that will likely increase disposal. While we're viewing it in the long term to try and fix this problem, but I think we all need to acknowledge that folks have charged us with trying to fix recycling, and the net result is some of our first suggestions are going to increase disposal. We need to address that irony.
We'll do that in the narrative of the report. Okay, thank you. And then there's lots of public comment, which I'll get back to in a minute. I want to hear from the commissioners. Commissioner Segura, Segura.
I'm good. I already did my comments.
Very good. And Commissioner Kalbakov?
Ted kind of took the words right out of my mouth there. Yeah, if we're going to make tough decisions, we were tasked to make tough decisions, number one, and I think we're doing that. And I think this 15-item list is a good start. I agree with Mr. Davis as well. We sort PP number 5, and through an optical sorter, we ship it domestically in the United States. So it's being done through MRFs throughout California right now. We're not the only ones. We need to have a conversation about that moving forward on where that goes and whether, Commissioner Donlevy suggested that, shipping that to another state, I think it's Kentucky, may not be the best use. But again, we are, back to Commissioner Ward, we're tasked with removing it from the landfill. That's our goal in California. Until that changes, I will ship a truckload to Kentucky to keep it out of the landfill. If that's not the best use, we need to have that conversation at this commission and come up with, a better solution for CalRecycle to measure diversion. Thank you.
Mr. Davis?
Yeah, I mean, the 15 items, I've never had a problem with those. I think it's what's missing, and moving this forward as it's written raises a lot of unanswered questions. I'm hearing that we're going to revisit, but as it's written, we've created some fairly significant hurdles to revisit, and so I'm reluctant to move it forward as it's written. I have no problem with the 15 items. I think it's raising these other barriers to inclusion the way it's written that bothers me. So, and I just wanted to note, as Commissioner Donnelly and I were having our brief dialogue, that the inclusion of PP5 on the Basel acceptance list, I think, is indicative. If there are issues with export, apparently Basel Convention was comfortable with 1, 2, and 5 going forward. So it just strengthens, I think, the logic of including number 5 as recyclable. But anyway.
A clarification. Allows exports with less than 1% contamination, and I don't believe there's any PP5 bale or 1 bale or 2 bale coming out of California MRF with less than 1% contamination. So that's the requirement in the Basel Amendment.
Okay. Thank you. And then Commissioner Potashner?
It was just something Commissioner Ward said there reminded me that we needed to bring up, and I think this is for the narrative. It's for this policy and also the Basel issue. We're going to be disposing more because less is going to actually be pushed in the blue bin. That's going to have ramifications for a bunch of processing and hauling contracts with local governments that have disposal-related liquidated damages or requirements in them. This is not really something for the legislature to delve into from the research I've done. This is really about CalRecycle providing tools like they did for 1383 to provide local governments, haulers, processors, sort of a pathway on how to deal with changing policies around what's recyclable, what's going to create new disposal, and how you can deal with them in contract. So I guess what I would say is, in the narrative, I'd like to see something that talks about the need for those tools from CalRecycle as a resource for local governments, haulers, and processors.
Okay, I'm going to recommend that every commissioner comes up with language for the report Friday, draft it for us, and send it to Ted and I so we can review it and then put it in the report. So that way we don't, because the list is getting long. If you don't mind, Commissioner Potashner, that'd be great. I agree. Okay, Commissioner Snyder.
I wanted to address Commissioner Davis's concern. I think he and I were the ones most concerned about this limited list. And I am supposed to be meeting with the League of California Cities lobbyists to try to explain to local government elected officials how this is going to work. And I think I'm okay going forward with the 15 and with the local control, because I think it's going to begin to send the message to local elected officials, and we are the voice of the people, that, hey, we've really got to be a little bit more scientific about what is really recyclable. I think there's a lot more work on this to help it roll out to the elected officials come the 2021, but I'm okay going forward with it. Even though I know that my city and the three of us who share a dual stream system are going to have to do more work because of that 15 list. And I'm not overly happy with that, but especially when we're just little guys in the regional market. But let's move forward and let's start telling people that just because you think it's recycling, it isn't. And we've got 40 million people to re-educate.
Yeah, we have to do the work at the front end. Otherwise, the work has to be done at the back end. And you guys are at the back end, and that's what's making this so complicated. We have public comments, 5 so far. And again, if we're going to move this item, we've got to make sure we've heard all the public comment, because this is, it just got uploaded, I believe, yesterday or the day before.
Commissioner Sanborn, just a quick comment. And again, this is the initial list for a statewide list, but it's not going to preclude any collection program, any jurisdiction from including items in their program that their processor is doing the separation on and getting it to a recycling facility. It's not going to stop that. If somebody wants to include foil, and they're separating it, that's fine. If they want to have pots and pans, that's fine. It's just making sure that programs are not including a lot of material that ends up in a bale that gets landfilled someplace else. It's making sure that the jurisdictions and the collection programs understand what they're collecting, what they're sorting, where it's going, and what's happening to it. So we're not greenwashing material and giving the indication to the public that because something gets put in a recycling bin, it's getting recycled.
Okay, I'm going to just make time check because we've got 4 proposals and I'm sure we're not going to be able to get them all in 45 minutes. We haven't even had a 5-minute break. So I'm just going to move quickly to the public comments so we can take this up as a final motion that was made. Audrey, do you want to read the public comments, please?
Okay, from Gail Bryce of XT Green, an appendix showing the backup information would be very helpful. Andrew Jolin from Direct Pack Inc. We buy millions of pounds of PET thermoforms from 10 different MRFs in California and make new thermoforms for big California brands. Nicole Quinones of Madden Quinones Advocacy. Why is the list of local ads limited? If a local program accepts a particular material, why would they be limited in doing so?
Does someone want to address that question? Because she represents a lot of folks. Commissioner Donlevy, do you want
to? There could be more local ads.
I'm sorry, next comment.
Okay, Andrew Jolin from Direct Pack Inc. Looks like it's 2 duplicate. I'll read the longer one if that's okay.
Okay.
We are a PET and thermoformer and reclaim PET thermoforms from MRFs in San Francisco, San Jose, Monterey, Paso Robles, Sun Valley, Wilmington, and others. So not sure where Commissioner Dunleavy got information that reclaimers landfill them. We pay higher price for thermoforms than we do for B grade, so price is good, and we offer MRFs long-term contracts. How are these not recyclable? And everything has been published.
Okay, I think that thermoforms issue we've already said is going to be at the top of our discussion of the recycling committee in January because it's a CRV issue of how they're getting bailed and how that program's incentivizing actually that they get bailed and not pulled out. So we hear that. We have a motion on the floor and I think this is a very important item. This has gotten a lot of attention. It's going to have a lot of impacts. And so as written, and I think we had any amendments to this that we discussed it. I don't think that there were any amendments. It's as written, correct? So that we discussed. So there's a vote. Everybody will have to
I believe John Davis did suggest that polypropylene number 5 be added as a local ad to the bottom of the list. I think that was the one change.
Yeah.
Because it's a local ad.
As a local ad. Okay, so that language will need to be changed by the authors of this for the posting for Friday because that will be the final. And with that change, we're voting on the language as is. So I would ask that everybody give a thumbs up if they approve this to go on Friday. Commissioner Segura, do you have a thumbs up? Okay, is there anybody who does not have a thumbs up or opposes this moving? Seeing none, this moves with those changes. So we'll need those changes like today so we can upload them and people can see them in advance of the meeting Friday, which is only a day and a half from now. So thank you again. That was item number 17 that we have gotten through today. So I'm going to vote that we just keep going because we've got little time. And if somebody needs a break, just turn off your computer screen and your audio, walk away and come back. And then we'll just keep going. So with that, I'm going to pull on.
Looks like Commissioner Sky is looking for attention.
Oh, sorry.
Just curious, what are the remaining policies? And if we can just figure out if we're definitely not going to get to all of them, decide which ones to prioritize.
So carbon farming, I assume we're not going to get to. We've never heard it, and it wasn't considered a high priority. Ted's already agreed that that could go last. Right to repair, we haven't heard before, but it's waste prevention. It's been in bill form before. It's not the first time. And so I thought maybe we could pick that one up and get that moved through as a only really waste prevention item of the time. The other one was carpet. We've heard this several times, and we have updated it based on comments. And then the labeling system for products and post-consumer management from the labeling and media. This was the one that you helped Jan Dell do. So I am open to thinking. I thought maybe we could get the right to repair done, but
I'd like to suggest actually the label one we have presented before, so it should have been actually been prioritized. It's been presented in PowerPoint form before, so I think that one definitely should get prioritized.
Okay, is everybody okay with that? All right.
And carpet was also presented, I believe, a few times.
Right, it has. And right to repair hasn't, but it's fairly easy, I think. Okay, let's just keep moving then so we can focus on the work. So we'll go with the labeling system for products. I'm not sure how fast this will go. That's the only reason I was thinking, but it has been presented multiple times, but maybe I am wrong and everybody's ready to go. So
I can run through it very quickly if somebody wants to pull up the document. Essentially, it's just putting into print the...
This is L116.
Thank you. So I want to just thank Commissioner Dell for helping to first of all, developing the proposal, which was first presented in PowerPoint form, and then helping to write most of what you're seeing in front of you. And it's essentially just a written version of that PowerPoint. The background I don't think is particularly critical. Folks can take time reading through that, but I think most of you are familiar with it. If we move down to the purpose. The intent really is to identify products, not just what is recyclable and what is compostable, which is the primary charge of the commission, but also what are things that are really should be placed in a trash bin and what are things that should not be placed in any curbside bin. And that's very critical for the reasons that we were talking about earlier on the hazardous waste items. We want to avoid starting fires. We want to avoid potential harm to workers that are processing these materials. And you can go ahead and move down. The proposal is really, this is the heart of it, the labels that we've identified. We would label hazardous items right now. I think most of you that are familiar with household hazardous waste programs, we tell people to look for things like poisonous or flammable, but it would be good to have a universal symbol for hazardous for things that are generally taken to household hazardous waste programs and definitely do not want to be poured down the drain or placed into any of the curbside bins. The next labels I think you're all familiar with, compostable and recyclable. We also talked about developing a reusable label. You can scroll up a little bit more. And then other products that we might place in the trash bin. We certainly want to encourage private take-back programs, so things that say, please bring this back to a store for recycling. We want to encourage that as well, but it's not necessarily a requirement. Scroll up again. You can just keep moving down into the document. And then we talked about the process for developing the lists, and I think that's what we've been talking about in the other policies. The curbside bin labeling would match. So we have consistent colors and consistent labels and terminology so that people, when they're purchasing a product, when they're placing a product into the bin at the curbside, and when it's being processed through the system, it's going to be just that much easier to separate items into the right place and to drive consumer behavior. So I think this is a really great proposal. And the other attachment at the very bottom of the document, we included an appendix for why this policy is important, why we need to have a unique approach in California. And then the second appendix is the actual visuals that we came up with as a starting point for what the labels might look like. we would expect that there would be regulations and a process to develop. I think it's just below this section, the images, which I think you've seen, color coded. So we have blue, green, and gray for the 3 different curbside bins. Any questions?
I'm looking for questions.
Real good.
Anybody?
Fast.
Really well done. I know this is of interest to a lot of people. I'm seeing comments come in. So we have, it looks like Commissioner Davis is, or Commissioner Lapis.
Yeah. This is really well done. My only thought is, I'm not sure it makes sense to mandate that they use these labels that we haven't even created yet. I mean, that seems like a pretty high bar. I think we should allow them to use the labels. They would have access to them. They'd be able to use them, but we shouldn't mandate it. And I think that really the bigger part of this and the more important part of this that you have is not being able to use the chasing arrows and the word recyclable, which I think is way more important than this new label that doesn't have all that same, consumer knowledge already. And then minor thing, the reusable looks like it's just placeholder language. I think we could probably take that out, and if we wanted to add something on reusable in the July draft, we can. I think reusable is complicated because every set of silverware you buy, every TV you buy is reusable. I mean, it's a very complicated world.
Commissioner Dell can verify this, but I don't think the intent was to require particular labels for any of these categories. I think that there would be a strong desire for the use of recyclable and compostable in particular.
So where it says would be required under compostable and recyclable, it says would be required to have. Could we change that to would be allowed to have?
I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, that definitely was the intent. So I think that's a good change.
Oh, so guide me where that is.
1B and 1C.
1B
And
and 1C.
On the reusables, agreed. It's really complicated, but we've heard from stakeholders about the desire to acknowledge reusables and promote reusables as a way to reduce waste. And so the point of having placeholders, this is a preliminary document, and to acknowledge that we will work on this next year. If that's something that should get moved to the narrative instead, that's fine. But I do think that we should address what's reusable and nip this in the bud before everything gets called reusable, right? And provide some guidance around it. Sort of like compostable, try to get ahead of what's compostable before the monster's created.
Commissioner Davis was next.
Yeah, in the same section, the threshold says products defined by the commission. And I guess we had that discussion on the last item. Is it the commission or CalRecycle? And I'm not seeing how this goes forward. It sounds like it's CalRecycle's responsibility, but here it says commission. So.
You could probably just delete that and say products defined as compostable.
Okay. And is it the intent that CalRecycle then would carry out the labeling program?
That is, and I think there's a section that discusses that this would be implemented by CalRecycle.
We go back up, Ted. There's another place where it says that the commission is doing it and we're not. So
for recyclable.
Yeah,
here it is.
That's a good catch. That should say
Yes, accident.
that should say CalRecycle. Absolutely.
Well,
Did we say defined by CalRecycle?
As a starting point, I'm not sure that doesn't make sense, because at the starting point, we are making a list of what is recyclable.
Yeah.
And we're saying that this should apply to that list. I mean, I think leaving it as defined as recyclable, defined as compostable should be sufficient.
I make a suggestion. It feels to me, again, we're advisory. So if we have a policy recommendation, we're advising that somebody actually put this in law and regulation to be the rule. But we have no authority to require anybody to do anything. So I just want to make sure this is very clear, that we don't I actually think we put ourselves in jeopardy claiming we have more authority than we have.
Yeah, I think it's perfect just as it is. And Ted, just for consistency on compostable, where it says defined as compostable, you should put compostable in quotes.
Got it.
Number 2A, and has, that clearly refers to CalRecycle, but is it in reference to the label or this other, these acceptance lists? So I think we should be pretty explicit. The language in 2A is explicit, but it seems to be limited.
Just to be clear, this policy is really independent, because ultimately the recycle definition, the compostable definition, is what will establish how those products are labeled. And it may be different. It may be a different entity that sets the compostable definition than CalRecycle, and then CalRecycle is the one that sets the recycling definition. This policy is just written generically, and I think that's why it's good to be, broad and say, when those definitions are established, whoever it is that establishes and maintains them will be the arbiter to decide whether a product can have that particular label on them or not.
Okay, but 2A says it will be CalRecycle that developed the list. And also the graphics, which was what I was looking for. Who's going to sort through? There's a lot of work to develop usable graphics. And so again, my question is the intent that CalRecycle would take this on?
I think we have to be clear. Are we asking for legislation giving CalRecycle authority to do something?
I think that's a default proposal, and then we would have to refine it depending on how the other proposals move forward.
Okay, and then my last question has to do with what's not here on the items that are local ad on the prior item, or what's recyclable. Oregon includes that as one of their labels. And I know Oregon spent quite a bit of time tracking this down. So I'd like to suggest that we revisit or visit that topic as representing communities that are using material that are now called local ads, thermoforms, and polypropylene, are recovering those. We're really getting them incidentally. And, how much effort are we going to be put to trying to tell people that even though it says it doesn't say it's recyclable, it's still recyclable, for you, and try to explain what those are rather than have a label on the product that would at least indicate these might be acceptable in other communities. So I hope we can visit this, and I would ask the two commissioners who are looking at the Oregon program to bring us back some information, or at least a contact point, so the labeling committee could look at that topic. Oregon recommends it, and again, they spent quite a bit of time debating that.
So the way the acceptance lists, local communities could add more things. They've verified that it's collected, it's sorted, and it's sent to a legitimate recycler, right, or composter. So there's no stopping on that. And then that would fall into the right bin. In terms of product labels, no, it's not included, because that's where it gets extremely confusing. And actually the FTC federal green guides don't allow check locally. That's what was written also in the Greenpeace lawsuit that came out this week, because based on the FTC's research, when people see something here that said check locally, they actually, based on the FTC's surveys, they actually found out that people just put that in the recycle bin. So actually labeling products local ad, I don't think is a good idea, but they wouldn't have trash only on them or so on. Those would be the items that wouldn't have a label, and then they would be on an acceptance list, and communities could convey to their residents that, yeah, you can put it in a recycle bin.
So again, my suggestion is we dive into why Oregon is doing that. I've heard these explanations before, but note that Oregon, in fact, is using.
Okay, so we have two commissioners that were supposed to be working directly with David Alloway. I think it was, who was working with Nick, wasn't it you and Sarah Toyota?
Yeah, I believe so.
So
And
I think maybe you guys can.
Beyond email exchange.
Okay, well then it directly ties into this item. So maybe you could do some work and then report it back on this, answering that question a bit. And then just to keep moving, we've got literally less, like 21 minutes left.
Can I suggest
Commissioner
that
Ward?
this needs more time?
Yep.
And we should have it in the early January category, but if we want to get to those other proposals, maybe we should just jump to them.
I'm fine with that if people feel this isn't ready right now.
Yeah, I had a comment about, yeah, if we're going to do reusable, maybe repairable, and just kick this all to like a authority to Cal Recycle to do all this, and ask the legislature to get this done through law so that it's clear. But I think it needs just a little more time. It's super important. Is that okay with everybody if we kick this one to early January? Okay, excellent. So this will. And again, really good work. Thank you so much, Commissioner Skyendell, for putting this together. Just want to make sure we have time. So this will be an early January agenda item. Okay, thank you so much. So we have 3 left: carpet, right to repair, and I don't think we're going to get to carbon farming. So we'll just, is it okay to take up carpet real quick since we've heard it multiple times, that we can just address it real quickly? Okay, great. Commissioner Davis, do you want to quickly review this?
Chair Sanborn, may I interrupt? There's a comment that came in for the compostable agenda item or the labeling.
Okay, let's go ahead and hear it.
Okay, this is from Bruce Magnani of Biodegradable Products Institute. Are you suggesting that Cal Recycle take on the task of creating a testing and certification program within state government? For example, BPI has several hundred certification projects under review at any one time, following a complex and transparent third-party process with intricate rules, with over 10,000 certified products published in our online database. And that comment has been published.
Thank you. So we're going to take this up in January, and we'll look forward to working with you on that and having the authors also talk with your organization about the intent. So, okay, we'll move on then to carpet. Commissioner Davis, do you want to highlight any changes that were made in the last discussion?
Yeah, there were changes. I think the committee discussion reconciled some different language that came in following the commission discussion. So it might be easier to just show my screen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, you want to share yours? I can stop sharing.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Will this work, or shall I stop?
No, go ahead. You can scroll. Yeah,
Okay.
I don't think there are any changes on the background. Carpet is part of a stewardship program. So we had discussion about this interface between other flooring types and carpet, and whether those other flooring types should be included in this recommendation, and finally decided just to focus on carpet and bring back the discussion of other flooring types. I know one of the comments that we received early this morning had to do with the financial impact of that, because other flooring is replacing carpet, and then carpet is being removed, but that flooring is not contributing to the recycling of carpet. Those are around during the CRT days. Or remember the issue with legacy products and how initially there was a lack of revenue to support the ongoing program as flat screens replace CRTs. Kind of similar issue, but we're gonna revisit the flooring issue. The first two items there, Ted, are really reporting issues around resin type. Carpet is supposed to begin to identify and support the highest recyclability. That's been delayed, so we still don't have detail on that, but we know we need reporting on resin types, so those are just two reporting issues. The toxicity issues arise from DTSC creating a profile on carpet and identifying PFAS as a contaminant to carpet, particularly legacy carpet. So there's three, I believe, recommendations around, or four recommendations actually around that. So given that profile, I think we think number one, the first one was in the prior recommendation. CalRecycle provides public written pre-approval for any studies because of there were studies done that raised issues about the PFAS in carpet. Second one, that CARE needs to address concerns in DTSC's profile in identifying protocols to reduce worker and continued public exposure impacts from carpet recycling, including circulation of PFAS through fiber and calcium carbonate recycling. So that's a new recommendation around the PFAS, and ban sale of flooring products, carpet, pad, etc., containing PFAS. That's also a new recommendation. We're told that there's been a phase back on introducing the chemicals that are precursors to PFAS, and so this would allow us to understand the extent of that and recommending that products be banned if they contain PFAS. And then require, this is a flooring issue around padding and natural flooring. It's a non-carpet issue, but we left it in here because we believe that some of those may also be PFAS contaminated or precursors and need to be tested by Department of Consumer Affairs. We did receive a comment from Doug Williams and LA Fibers indicating there are no tests, so we might want to modify this one, Chair Sanborn, to indicate that be tested under protocols developed by Consumer Affairs with stakeholder input, something. There are no currently available tests.
I think Department of Consumer Affairs has their own testing protocols in development. I don't know if we're in the position to tell them how to do it. I would suspect that they talk to people, but.
So I wanted to respond to Doug Williams' comments. So I guess that's a response. And then the rest of these have to do with collection goals. That's a big issue to make sure there's enough carpet at the same resins. So number 7 talks about CARE needs to set collection goals that are resin specific and serve in-state recycling manufacturers. We've had investment and pending investment for recycling manufacturers, and yet there's issues getting enough material and getting the right material. The number 8 is indicates that CARE is increasing its efforts to secure carpet from installers, working with retailers, wholesalers, and distribution facilities. We had a comment about the interface with franchises. So we specifically include language that on number 9 about the impacts on franchise collection. So if CARE wants to pay and haul off carpet at no charge from generators, that would be fine. That doesn't violate the Rancho Mirage decision on franchises. Otherwise, they need to make arrangements with local haulers under existing agreements to deliver their loads to a processor. So there's two options. If CARE wants to haul it off, that's fine. Otherwise, work with the local haulers. And then collect carpet at no cost from MRFs, landfills, and transfer stations, including a hard-to-handle reimbursement, such as done with mattress program. That's not the highest priority carpet. About 90% of carpet discards comes from the installers, and I think that's really the more appropriate focus because it's cleaner material. But if it's going to be coming from solid waste facilities, they should be reimbursed for it. And then finally, ban disposal of carpet in California without first being sent through qualified sorters. That was a recommendation I think initially came from Eric Nelson, and he reiterated this morning, although he was concerned about the cost impact of doing this absent the inclusion of other fluorine types. So we'll have to address that later. Those are the recommendations.
Thank you. And basically this is because we've got now infrastructure in California and plants like the Aquafil plant out in Woodland that cannot get enough carpet. That is not the problem we normally have, but we will lose markets if we can't feed the facilities. So we've got the carpet, we've got the facilities. Now we just got to get the carpet to the facilities quickly before the facilities can't survive. And so with that, do we have any questions on this? I know we had comments from the public, so I want to make sure we go back to the carpet comments from the public. If we don't have any from commissioners, I don't see any. Maybe Commissioner Ward, did you have one?
Yeah, brief one. On the last point, we have. I'm happy with the carpet program we have. We have a separated drop-off that's supported by CARE. But what I'd like to clarify is that there are certain times as we receive soiled carpet that doesn't belong in the recycling program, and we direct people to dispose of that because that's part of how we keep that thing clean. So banning the disposal of carpet without being first sent through an additional sorting process, I'm not sure I disagree with that. How about ban of the disposal of separated carpet and pad? Because if it's separated, then for recovery, then you want to try to recover it, but if it's not separated, we really have to sort everything to try to recover every last one.
That's a great point. Maybe we should say ban the disposal of unsoiled or clean, something, because they call it soiled when they have to pull it out. And
clean unsoiled, I'm fine with that. You okay with that?
Clean, unsoiled, unsoiled or unusable, I would say.
Yeah,
unrecycled.
Clean may be a threshold, but
right.
Yeah.
Usable.
How do you define that? How do you define what's clean? And sorry, but
CARE has standards. In fact, the facilities like Ted is talking about have guidelines around that. So.
And it, again, just like everything, it changes based on the technologies that they have. But generally, it can't be soaking wet and full of a bunch of, dirt and other things in order to be recycled.
Yeah. And I would also
kind of subjective.
To 9 and 10, you would say, obviously they're collecting at no cost or they're picking up at no cost. But once they go through the processing of the carpet material, the residual that is left over must go, or it needs to abide by the current franchise system. And so just to make sure on that. So that as they process the material, right, they're picking it up at no cost, but at the moment they have residuals, those residuals need to go into the appropriate franchise agreement or whatever local regulatory act is.
Which might allow self-haul, but doesn't preclude. Yeah.
And while we're doing that, let's have Audrey read the comments that we've received on carpet, because I know
we may not have time.
We have two that we deferred earlier this morning from Gail Bryce, and at least one new one as well from Gail Bryce.
Read away, because we got 8 minutes.
Okay. As the current carpet proposal is significantly different than the preliminary proposal, I support Bob Peoples' request to wait for CARE's comments prior to reviewing the carpet proposal. Also, I'd like the commission to have time to read my comments submitted last night that are based on 10 years of experience in carpet recycling. and are part of my effort to support the construction of the XT Green Carpet Recycling Facility. I understand that the Commission needs 2 bites of the apple before finalizing proposal. As the Commission didn't get to the carpet proposal during the last meeting, am I correct that the carpet proposal should not be finalized today? Thank you. And then continue on.
Just to answer her question real quick, we are hearing it today, and this language could be approved today and then approved on Friday. It could be. We haven't done it yet, obviously. So next comment.
Okay, there was a duplicate one. Again, from Gail Bryce, the current carpet proposal was changed significantly and published the weekend before the market development reviewed and passed it onto the entire commission. There were no opportunity for CARE individuals who are members of the Carpet Stewardship Advisory Committee or the public to comment prior for it to be sent onto the commission. Detailed comments have now been submitted. CARE will be submitting comments. These comments should be reviewed by the Commission before approving the current version of the program, especially as the current proposal and recommendations are based on inaccurate information.
Which inaccurate information, I guess. Gail, if you're going to make claims that we have inaccurate information, I would greatly appreciate it if you give us the accurate information instead of just making claims that there's something inaccurate, because there's nothing I can do with that. I don't know what you're referring to.
And then another comment just submitted.
And one point of information, we did submit this complete, as you're seeing it, complete proposal a week ago to both CARE and the advisory committee, and including Gail Bryce. They've had it for a week.
Right.
Can you please bring up the language again? Because I mean, in terms of managed legally, I don't know if that is what we want to say. I think that it should say, and I think this will take care of the language portion.
There's also another
If
comment
you look at carpet recycling, processing residuals must be managed in accordance to local rules, laws, and applicable franchise language. In accordance to local rules, laws, and applicable franchise language.
Contracts before Alex. You're very good with wordsmithing.
Excellent. Thank you.
That's what we do all the time. It's me.
Yeah, it's showing. Gold star. Okay, and I think we have another public comment.
Yes, from Bob Peoples of CARE. CARE has completed a concise and detailed response to all recommendations and will transmit these to the Commission today. CARE has an advisory committee that is involved in all aspects of plans, changes to plans, and annual report. PAD was included from all carpet stewardship laws. Therefore, CARE has no authority. CARE agrees intercepting carpet prior to contamination is hugely important and work is underway, and all of those have been published.
And, Commissioner Dunleavy, and we have 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you. So if we're going to recommend a ban of the disposal, and then under item 10, collect carpet at no cost from MRFs, landfills, transfer stations, will they be paid for their sorting, storage, and handling cost so they can prepare it for collection from CARE? Or do the MRFs, landfills, and transfer stations have to do the work and incur those costs? Because carpet is very difficult to handle at transfer stations, landfills. So who's going to pay them for their additional work?
Well, it does say at no cost, and including a hard-to-handle reimbursement. So.
I have to say I disagree with that. I think one of the things that makes our carpet recycling program work is that we can actually charge a less than full disposal fee. But without that fee, we couldn't receive the carpet, and CARE has never offered to pay us for it. They provide the collection and processing, but yeah, that's the extent of their.
I think, and that's actually part of the illegal dumping problem, is when people have to pay for disposal, that's when it ends up into a ditch. I guess what we're trying to get at is we want to get as much carpet through the processing as is clean and ready to process and sort as we can, so we can actually utilize this carpet. And even if it's down to 1% of our waste stream, it has a huge greenhouse gas footprint, and it's basically recyclable forever, a lot of it, and it's a plastic product. So it is a priority. I'm happy to, we've only literally got 3 minutes left. We can approve this in concept, or we can approve this as it is and then get the CARE comments and see where we are Friday before we decide to send this on, and then give everybody extra time, including the stakeholders, to give us input. But I'm very concerned that we're going to lose facilities in this state if we do not do something quickly to get more carpet to those facilities. So, and that's part of market development and the charge of the commission. I would ask, is anybody ready to move this item and then consider it Friday? Or I guess, Commissioner Segura, did you have anything else you wanted to say to this? No? Okay. And then I see Commissioner Ward, you were, so.
I've said my bit.
Okay. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to move it forward, and then we'll consider the comments that we seem to continue to be receiving. So,
I'll second that.
Updated on Friday.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Is a thumbs up for everybody? It's okay with this? And again, we need consensus. Is there anybody who's not okay with this?
But this is to clarify, this is, they're going to make these changes. We'll have one more bite at the apple on Friday, and we can decide what to do then. Yes?
Yeah, we're gonna make comments, and then the subcommittee is.
But again, I'll reiterate. Yeah.
So we just voted, so we're going to move, and I'm just going to say the right to repair. I would kind of like to just move this to Friday and like move it so we can hear it Friday for the second time, because this has already been in law. It's basically just saying, you know, we should have right to repair language and get manuals so that things can be repaired. And I guess I would just ask if somebody's confident and read this to make a motion. Then we can go to Friday and we can decide if we don't want to do it. We can hear it more on Friday. But if we don't vote on it today, it will not be in the packet for January.
I will so move.
Second.
All aye, thumbs up. Is there anybody who's opposed? Very good. So we got through everything except carbon farming. You're amazing. Where we are is for the agenda. I just want to confirm we have just gotten through literally 20 proposals, and only one is being held over. We're going to talk Friday about our next year's schedule, so please take a look at your schedule. And we're going to also talk about who's coming to visit us in January, which will be CalRecycle or CalEPH Secretary Jared Blumenfeld, and then also, I believe, hopefully, the new director, Rachel Maki. So we look forward to seeing you on Friday at 8:30. Did amazing work. A lot of us have a lot of work to do, and others have to read a lot and really think and be sure, and stakeholders need to give us comments. So we all thank you very, very much for all your time, and we'll see you on Friday. Thanks, everyone.